try to tone it. I think that means. I think we're close.
Says we're good, Chad.
Nope.
Thumbs up.
We're
Time to try. Try now.
host of topic that is Minnesota State High School League, and we're going to allow 5 in support, and we will allow 5 in favor of non-renewing if we have those people here. Unfortunately, it does not state supporter or non-supporter, if you will. So, all right, I'll briefly read this. School board public comment guidelines. This is an opportunity for residents, business and property owners, parents, students, and employees of the Faribault Public School District to address the board. You must sign up in person at the board meeting and address the board from the presenter's table. Members of the public will address the remarks with civility and respect. After being recognized by the chair, each individual will identify themselves and the group they represent, if any. We're going to try to get through this. Please state your reason for addressing the board. This is not a time to debate an issue, but for the board to hear your comments. Public comment is not available at work sessions, closed sessions, or special board meetings of the school board. The Minnesota Government Data Practices Act prohibits comment about specific student or staff matters, even without naming them, in open session. This includes the public comment portion of our meeting. The board respects and values input, but when it relates to a specific student, staff, or to a specific matter, such input must be heard by the appropriate personnel, such as the building principal or superintendent, and not during an open meeting of the school board. Anyone interested in making a public comment will be asked to complete an information form before the meeting starts, providing their name, address, and topic of their comment. All comments must conform to School Board Policy 206, which is available for review on the district website at www.faribault.k12.mn.us. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to make comments on one specific topic. Each topic will have a total of 15 minutes allowed for comments. So that's our instruction for public comment. We have a whole host of different topics that people want to speak about tonight. Mr. Bellingham will be the official timekeeper. I am going to do my very, very best to stop it at 3 minutes tonight, just in a matter of time. I do not mean to offend anybody. I don't mean to cut anybody off, but when that timer goes off, we're going to try to shut that speaker down and move on and get ready for the next speaker. Nasco, we have any luck back there? Maybe. So, first of all, I have, I believe, 10 people that would like to speak, community members that would like to speak, all on the topic of the Minnesota State High School League. Do we have anybody in this room, and I'll wait for 30 seconds or a minute because both of our overflow rooms are slightly delayed. Do we have anybody that is not in favor of renewing our membership? And I don't mean to put you on the spot if you feel uncomfortable or whatever, but if you signed up to speak for non-renewal of the Minnesota State High School League, will you please just come in and I will assign that next to your name. If we do not have anybody, we're going to fold these up and we're going to draw 5 out of the 10. Once again, we'll give it 30 seconds or a minute. Okay, I'm going to assume, based on nobody coming in here, I know assumptions get us in trouble, but I don't see anybody coming in here to speak against the renewal of the Minnesota State High School League membership. Ms. Steves, since you're the clerk, can you just draw any 5? Just, there's one, just set it over there. Everybody see that? 2, 3, it's pretty scientific here. 4 and 5. Okay, the 5 that are not going to get read, once again, I thank you for coming and your willingness to speak. If you want to share any thoughts, concerns, please feel free to stay afterwards. Please feel free to reach out to the board or Superintendent Venti. Okay, we have 5. When I call your name, if you would, please come in here. Once again, the individual may or may not be in this room. If they're in another room, we'll wait a few seconds for them to come in here. The first individual is Hunter Williamette. I hope I pronounced that. Hunter's in the overflow room? Okay. He'll be coming, I believe. Yep, they will say and spell their names, sure. Hunter? When people come up here to speak, if you would, please state your name, spell your name, and then we'll start the 3 minutes. Hunter, can you do me a big favor? Move that microphone closer so you get the same echo that I'm getting, so that then we know it's working and everybody can hopefully hear you. So thank you.
Okay, I will continue or proceed. Hello, my name is Hunter Williamette. I am currently a senior civil engineering student at South Dakota State University. I'm proud to say I graduated from Faribault Public Schools in 2020, and it's through my education in Faribault Public Schools that I've been able to pursue my academic aspirations. While being named valedictorian of my class was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement, the experiences that truly shaped me as an individual occurred in the clubs and activities that I participated in during my high school years. As someone who's experienced extracurricular activities be ripped away from them during my senior year because of COVID, I understand the extreme impact they have on personal development of young adults.
Hunter, hang on
Yep.
1 second. I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you. NASCO, Casey, is there anything we can do about that relaying right back into this room? Okay.
I guess I would be comfortable to proceed. I got that band ear. I can turn
thank you.
that off. Perfect. So I understand the extreme impact it has on the personal development of young adults. That's why I highly urge you to consider voting in favor of remaining in the MSHSL for the betterment of the students in the Faribault Public Schools. Although I wasn't involved in sports, I was an active member in various clubs and activities. Being involved in Faribault bands from 6th to 12th grade, I had the privilege of representing our school district both locally and nationally. I was the team captain, lead designer on the Faribault High School robotics team, and helped us go to the first robotics national championship in Detroit, Michigan. Through my involvement in these activities, I acquired skills in leadership, effective communication, time management, and teamwork. These skills are very difficult to teach solely through classroom instruction, making extracurricular activities crucial for the holistic development of young adults. As a successful college student today, I've built upon the soft skills I acquired in high school to excel in college, becoming an accomplished musician, fraternity president, and campus leader. I come today out of genuine concern for the success of the school system that had such a profound impact on my life. In my personal view, opting out of the MSHSL poses one of the most significant threats to our school system that I've witnessed. Sacrificing the opportunities for growth and development for the entire student body to appease a vocal minority not only reflects irresponsibly, but also contradicts the oath of office you all took to, quote, be interested in gaining the best education possible of the students in the district, end quote. That's why I urge you to vote, or I urge you, those of you not in favor to vote not based on the dissenting minority, but rather fulfill your duty to represent the entire community of Faribault. As elected officials, you have my trust to make the right decision. However, I strongly consider you to think of the wide-ranging impacts, both positive and negative, of what your decision will be. I have the utmost respect for you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Okay. Would you like us to proceed? Okay, we'll proceed. No. Are we better now? We're better now? Slightly? We're still getting this echo. Okay, our next speaker from the community is Mike Cross. Mr. Cross, will you please once again make sure you state your name, spelling, and that was a great example of when the alarm goes off, we're going to try to cut people off in a very polite way, so thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Krause. I come here as a parent, community member. I've been here several board meetings, and I've been there. Why are we here tonight is the question. We're here to renew the membership. That has been a routine issue for years, until it was gaslighted by a group of people. They didn't even have their facts straight. Facts are, people, there's two different issues here. Letting a transgender student into the bathroom is one issue. State statutes, U.S. Rights violations cannot change that. They can do that today. The issue tonight is to get into the high school league. We cannot change whether a transgender student gets in or not. That's above these guys' head, people. Okay? That's way above their head. We got to go to the state on it. But we're asking you guys, I didn't show up to the last workshop meeting, but I was at the last meeting where I heard some board members comment that they're going to vote no and they don't have the information. Guys, that is, all I can say is, if you don't have the information and you're personally going to vote no because you want to vote no, resign immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rutherford, do you feel that it's this wireless mic up here that's causing the issues? Can we try moving it to? It shouldn't. It should. Okay. We're on two different frequencies. Okay. You guys are all smarter than me on these things, so. Okay. Our next speaker is Damian Baum.
Well, my name is Damian Baum, and that's spelled D-A-M-I-A-N, and last name is Baum, B-A-U-M. I'm here tonight speaking as a parent of 3 Falcons. My oldest is going to be a senior this coming year. He's been a swimmer. He's had his first time in track this year. My daughter is an Emerald, and she's been dancing since she was 2, and she also was in track this year. And my youngest son is a football player, and I think he's going to find out he's in track next year too. But I'm here tonight I really want to represent a parent's view. This was not to be a political issue brought before this board. To bring politics here, regardless of what side, is not okay. This issue at its core is a Minnesota State High School League issue. If you have an issue with this policy or what was brought up from our community, certain groups in the community, it is not for this board to decide and to risk the sports, the connections, the relationships, the socialization of our students over politics in a place there should not be politics was infuriating when I saw it. I couldn't believe that we brought politics and risked our sports, our socialization, our relationships, all the fun that our students have. My daughter was going to be here tonight, but she decided that Emerald's practice was more important than getting up here with her dad. But she brought up a good point. You know, we put kids in school, we educate them, and we test to see what stuck. not allowing our students to compete in athletics is like not having tests. And I've been amazed at how they've learned through this process. And to a point, I thank everyone that we've got to go through this. This was a great learning experience for our kids. To know that sometimes doing the right thing is hard. It's hard to go to the Minnesota State High School League with this issue. But that's the right way, not bringing it here. It's hard to keep politics and your passion in check. But that's what's imperative for our students and our children. So this was a great learning experience for my children, and I hope everyone to know that we shouldn't do this again. There are better ways to do this, and I hope that we can all take that away tonight, that if we have passion, if we have an issue with what's going on, address it the right way. So thank you for hearing me tonight, and I hope everyone votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Our next speaker is Jay Wellborn.
My name's Jay, J-A-Y, Wellborn, W-E-L-B-O-R-N, and I appreciate the chance to follow those eloquent words that were spoken before me. I'm here tonight as a parent, as nearly a lifelong resident of Faribault, as an alum from Faribault High School. And it was very concerning to me that there was the potential that we would not renew membership with the State High School League. At the root of this issue are the kids. And to look at a kid, no matter where they are in their life, and say, we want to prohibit you from being able to participate, I think before anybody should do that, they should sit and visit with those kids and listen to why it's important for them to participate in the things that they feel best represent themselves. To step aside and take away those things, not just from those kids, but from all kids. And I am a gigantic sports fan, but it's bigger than that. We're talking about DECA, we're talking about robotics. In the last month of the school, I was able to attend both the spring choir and the spring orchestra concert. And those directors do a fantastic job of a slideshow tribute to those seniors. And one of those questions is, what was your favorite memory of being in that music? And one of the most common responses was the Big 9 Music Festival. And what would happen to that and some of those opportunities? And then what would happen to the school at large if we had dropped out? Those activities are huge motivators for people to continue to excel academically, to maintain their eligibility, and those would be gone. And the target of a lot of the comments made and a lot of the passion and in some cases the anger was geared at kids, our kids at Faribault, that need as much support as they can get, not less. They don't need limits. You know, I really, again, would like to say, sit and talk with those students and see what day-to-day life is like for them before a motion comes before this board to take some opportunities away from them. So like the rest of the speakers tonight, I would really encourage everybody to vote yes and do everything we can to make sure that all people on both sides of all these issues feel as comfortable and safe and confident and cared for as is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker on this topic is Carl Voss, and I believe he's in this room over here. Mr. Benty, would you mind poking your head in that room and just asking for Mr. Voss? They're slightly delayed. I'm sorry?
I just wanted to talk to you. I invite you in the future to make sure that you get a mixture. You have 5 men speaking tonight. There are no women speaking.
Yep, thank you. Thank you. You can come right over here if you would, please.
Good.
Yep, go right around there if you would, please. Thank you. If you would state your name and your spelling of your name, please.
I'm in a different time zone. My name is Carl Voss, Karl, Voss, Vohs. Is this working?
I think so, yes.
What's so strange that I was in the adjacent room, so we were on the third person and come walk across the hall and I'm the 10th person. My name's Carl Voss. I was born and raised in Faribault. My family owned and operated a flooring business in Faribault for 72 years. I attended as a student only parochial schools, but am now a proud supporter of Faribault Public Schools, the Faribault Folk and Athletic Program, band, orchestra, theater, just to name a few. My daughter attended Faribault Public Schools for 13 years and graduated as a salutatorian of her class. Our family was proud and appreciative of her experience. Currently, we're upset and disappointed by the suggestion that transgender students are a difficulty, a thinly veiled attempt to mark LGBTQ plus students as problematic and unwanted has led to an attempt to abandon the MSHSL, a sad day for Faribault Public Schools. Our challenge is to prepare today's students for tomorrow's world. We need the MSHL and we need transgender students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We are now going to get to a host of other topics, if you will. And just as a reminder, board members do not interact with community members after these comments. But I just want to make a point. It was brought to my attention that 5 mails were read, right? Yes. And I agree with that. I also want to make a point. It was a random drawing by Ms. Steves here who pulled every name. So thank you. Our next speaker, Mitch Anderson, and the topic is district language.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Again, my name is Mitch Anderson, M-I-T-C-H, Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. And today I'm going to be talking about the language of the board. This evening I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, Kira Anderson. Over the past month, we have been paying close attention to the language used during school board meetings and work sessions. On more than one occasion during this small time frame, this board has singled out students in our school district for their differences. My wife and I are community members who support all of our students, period. We are asking you as a board to please stop using hate language towards specific groups. Specifically, the words good versus evil was used to categorize the differences between transgender and cisgender people. As we all know, our world went through what has since been defined as an unprecedented time during COVID. Families are strapped for finances, time, and support. Our school system might be the only place minors and vulnerable adults are seen and cared for. Asking where are the parents discredits families who have to work 3 jobs just to make ends meet. Teachers, staff, and administration, thank you for all of your efforts to care for the whole and authentic person who shows up in your classroom every day. School board, please understand if a child's basic needs are not being cared for, your test scores are never going to go up. You talk about equitable for all students. This includes all students, period. Quit placing parameters on who all includes. Affirming and lifting up one student does not take away from another. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My next speaker is Jeff Quinnell. And I'm told the topic is general comments, so I'm not sure what that means, and I don't know if Jeff is in this room.
No, he's here.
He's here? So we're just going to have to give it about 30 seconds. If Jeff Quinnell hears us from either of these two rooms, hopefully he will come in. The mics are good? Thank you. Wonderful job. Mr. Quinnell, if you would, when you introduce yourself, just please spell your name as well. Thank you.
Name Jeff Quinnell, Quinnell. As far as I'm from Northfield, I'm on the Northfield School Board, my fourth term. I've been a liaison for sports and athletics for years. We hardly ever get any time. We don't have meetings the same day, so I kind of try to see what's going on with other school districts and get out and visit. You got some definite issues here and things. I got a lot of relatives in Faribault. I love Faribault. Go Falcons, so that's part of my message. As far as the general comments with the Minnesota State High School League, being a representative of our district with that, many times people have comments, concerns, whatever else, and I always tell people in the district that come to me, well, that you have to bring up direct to the league. So I've heard it echoed here before, you need to go directly to the Minnesota State High School League and dispute that point. I don't know what your decision is tonight as far as staying in the league or not. I don't know how that looks not to stay in the league, but I mean, I want to have great, healthy competition in our conference with all our kids. I want our kids to be able to participate and, across the district and everybody to enjoy competing in the Minnesota State High School League. So whatever decision that you make, I'm just here as a fellow person in the conference to encourage you to do what's best for your school district. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Ruth Lilquist. Topic is school district climate.
Hi, Ruth, R-U-T-H, Lilquist, Lillquist. I'm here in several capacities. I'm a staff member, a teacher in the district, and I'm also a parent of three boys. My older two boys, the middle child most recently graduated. My older son participated in activities, and my younger child participates in activities currently. They all attended Faribault Public Schools, and I'm hoping for the third to graduate, just like the others. Today, I just want to talk a little bit about the climate of our school district and the effect of the board on staff morale and district climate. First, I'd like to say that climate of a school and a school system is greatly affected by its leaders, and your actions and discourse have a direct effect on students, families, and staff perceptions of our district's climate. Your stated strategies include a desire to foster unity, respect, and connectedness within our schools. We, as stakeholders, in turn, have the right to expect the same from you, our board members. Our district is currently in a position of declining enrollment, presenting a contentious, divisive form of discourse does not impress parents of potential students or current parents. Why would they choose Faribault Public Schools or desire to remain here if the adults set an unwelcoming, hostile climate? Lastly, there are extremely important critical issues we as stakeholders need you to attend to. Our budget and retention of leaders and staff are topics we dearly need you to attend to. Please do not lose sight of our united goals. The bulk of your discourse needs to attend to productive parliamentary procedures in a respectful, unified manner. This is the climate we expect of you, our students, and our community, and we need to see this from our leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is, and I hope I pronounce this correctly, Megan Dolland. Is that correct? Megan Dolland? She's in there. Okay, we'll give it a few seconds here. And her topic is inclusivity for all students. Okay, if she's here, I think she'll be coming momentarily. Right on time. I know. Thank you. If you would, you've probably heard, if you would state your name and your spelling, if you would, please. Thank you.
My name is Megan Dolland. It's spelled Megan. Last name is Dallland. I'm the business and finance manager for Our Savior's Lutheran Church, which is right down the road. One part of my job that was not included in the job description is my interactions with our youth. Every Wednesday, a small group of them gather in my office and tell me about their week. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And unfortunately, the ugly has been in this room. They've been talking about it a lot the last couple weeks. Kids who I love, who now feel that they're not welcome in Faribault. And that's a problem. You have young people who are the life of Faribault that no longer feel welcome. And so regardless of the vote, you already lost their trust. And I would urge you to gain it back. And I think Mr. Robichaud's apology last at the working session did a lot for that. But the kids feel like they're being used as political pawns, and I can't disagree with them. And that's really upsetting when they're really the life force of this community. So I brought my Big 9 medal today. It meant a lot when I earned it, and I'm gonna leave it here today. Because if you guys vote no, you'll need it more than I do. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Erica Staub. Sexual assault is the topic.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Staub-Absher, and that's ERICASTAAB-ABSHER. The last meeting I came and spoke as a mother, an alumni, and social worker about the impact of the rhetoric on transgender youth and their mental health in specific. Today, I come to speak as the director of Hope Center and protecting our young women and girls. For those of you who are not familiar, Hope Center is Rice County's advocacy organization that responds to sexual assault and domestic violence within our community. For just Rice County alone, we serve over 1,200 clients each year across every age demographic, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, gender identity, every religion and political stripe. I have been the director at Hope Center for 15 years and in this field for 27, which includes responding to the emergency room after a sexual assault like I did just this weekend. I wanted to address a concern I hear frequently when talking about the issues of transgender people using restrooms or locker rooms concurrent with their gender identity, and that we want to make sure that we protect our young women. Let's look at the facts. Females aged 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than the general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault. 43% of women, that is 52.2 million women, have experienced some form of sexual contact or assault in their life. A minimum of 1 in 3 women have experienced domestic violence or sexual violence across the globe. According to the CDC, they estimate that there are about 35,000 transgender student athletes in high school, which would mean 0.44% of high school athletes are transgender. According to a Harvard study, transgender girls who identify as female but were assigned male at birth had more than twice the assault risk when they had to use restrooms and locker rooms for boys. If we are to genuinely talk about protecting our students, all of our students, then we need to address the rampant sexual violence and harassment that women and gender expansive students experience daily. Do you know the place that women and girls are most at risk? It's not in their locker room. It's in their own home. Domestic violence and sexual assault are an epidemic, and it affects all of us. However, according to the CDC, it's endemic, meaning that an epidemic is something unexpected, but an endemic is something that we expect. And we expect this violence against women. I'm not okay with offering up 43% of females to be sexually assaulted or harmed, which is what we do when we do not address this violence. So how do we do that? We incorporate education about sexual assault, domestic violence, healthy and unhealthy relationships into the curriculum. We incorporate things like how to respond if you're concerned about a friend, building empathy, social emotional learning, how to set and respect boundaries, and how to deal with anger and rejection. Margaret Atwood said it best when she said, men are afraid women are going to laugh at them, and women are afraid men will kill them. We know that these students who have experienced sexual violence are 2 to 3 more times likely to use alcohol, that drug abuse is more common amongst youth who have experienced trauma. We know there are impacts to academic behaviors as well, including absenteeism, change in attitude, and lower performance in academics.
Ms.
I think we all
Stabasher.
agree we need to protect our women and girls, and that means all of them.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Tim Windsor and Kim Windsor. I hope I'm pronouncing that last name right. Tim Windsor and Kim Windsor. We will only allow one of them to speak for 3 minutes, or somehow each one for 1.5 minutes. I'm sorry, in the topic, thank you, Mr. Bellingham, is DEI. Assuming that they're here, they will be walking in shortly. Welcome, and if you would, state your name and your spelling, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. My name is Tim. This is my wife, Kim Windsor, W-I-N-S-O-R. We come here as the parents of, 7 children, ranging from ages 34 to 4, one of which is of the LGBT community, 2 of which are of African descent. Got a frog in my throat. And something awfully disturbing to us, we see in these board meetings all the time. Last week, we passed a ton of plans for our school year that include the language diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we just want to make sure that everybody understands that that is, we kept hearing it time and time again too. We don't practice CRT in this school district. We don't have critical race theory. Well, diversity, equity, and inclusion is critical race theory with the addition of the LGBT community. Okay? I have a diverse family. I don't want them being brought up taught that because of their skin color, they need to be treated differently. They're somehow a victim, or because of their sexual orientation. They are a victim and they needed to be treated specially. Or my white kids, that they need to be taught that they're oppressors of some kind. Because that's what I see when I see the curriculum around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I wanted to make sure that our community was aware of what those words mean. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We now have 4 speakers that are going to speak on supporting all students or students' rights. So we will go with these 4 together. The first one is Reverend Jeff Sangren.
My name is Jeff Sandgren, Jeffsandgren. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present some thoughts tonight and be with you. I've lived now in Faribault for 5.5 years and serve as a parish pastor at Our Savior's Lutheran Church. Many of the students who are a part of our congregation are enrolled in Faribault Public Schools. And of course, their parents are actively involved as well. Over the years, numerous staff, teachers, administrators, and school board members have been active in our church and still are today, and we are grateful for that reality. Tonight, I'm convinced, with no doubt whatsoever, that the way we continue to move through this process as a board, as a community, is critical for our students, our school, and our community. And I would propose that whether or not we are a part of the Minnesota State High School League is actually symptomatic of a larger issue. With that, I say it is vital that Faribault Public Schools commit to strive to be a community that is welcoming and affirming of all students, whom I personally believe all are created in the image of God. As I look over your heads there, right now I read this. Faribault Public Schools provides a high quality and equitable education that nurtures, inspires, challenges, and empowers, and the key word next is all students to engage and grow as learners and citizens. As a pastor and parent of 4 adult children, a grandfather now of 5, I have witnessed the power and the beauty of public education that is equal and available to everyone. No one should be excluded from the opportunity of a well-rounded education, which I contend must necessarily include things like extracurricular activities. Now, regardless of any differences of any kind that make students unique and amazing, and I want to underline that and say those differences make them amazing. It is the responsibility and privilege of each and every school board member and each and every school in our nation, and in this case, Faribault Public Schools, to do everything it can to offer equal opportunity for all. I believe that the primary responsibility for schools is to teach and to provide a healthy environment for learning. I simply ask you, each of you, to consider what we are teaching our students and this community if at this critical moment we demonstrate by our actions that some are excluded from full participation in the total experience of public education because of policies that are rooted in fear, inspired by cynicism, informed by false suspicion, and dangerously divisive.
Mr. Sangren, are you close to done?
I am.
I need to cut you off at 3 minutes here, so.
And the Lord said, let it be finished. And it
Thank
will be. Instead, I appeal to the angels of your higher nature to do the right thing for the right reason.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
all.
Sangren. Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker, I hope I'm pronouncing this once again correctly, Drew Yackel. Is Drew in this room? Oh, right here. Okay, thank you.
You did pronounce it right.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Drew Yackel, and I serve as the other pastor at Our Savior's Lutheran Church here in Faribault, along with my partner Jeff, who just spoke. I want to start by thanking the members of the school board for the work that you do. There are many aspects of the school district that you oversee and make decisions about, from finances to staffing to facilities to programs. But all of those things are in service to the most important thing, your mission. I love that it's right there on the wall behind you. And I know I'm being repetitive now, but I want to read it out loud. Faribault Public Schools provides a high quality and equitable education that nurtures, inspires, challenges, and empowers all students to engage and grow as learners and citizens. That's a high calling, and it's what each of you has been elected to uphold. But there's a key word that I feel has been lost in the heat and smoke of this debate, and that word is all, as in all students. One of the most important things I try to do as a pastor is to try to welcome everyone and help people find a place in this community, to demonstrate that they belong and that they matter. I believe the same holds true for our schools. But some of our students have been singled out in this debate. Our trans and non-binary young people have been targeted and made the object of fear and misinformation. That has an impact. LGBTQ youth are statistically more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. But that's not because there is anything inherently wrong with them. They face higher risk of suicide because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized in society. When we single them out with harmful language and treat them with suspicion, this only increases the potential for harm. But the opposite is also true. When we provide supportive and affirming environments, the potential for harm can be significantly reduced. The University of Texas at Austin did a study in 2018 on the use of chosen names among transgender youth, which found that, quote, compared with peers who could not use their chosen name in any context, young people who could use their name at school, at home, at work, and with friends experienced a 71% reduction in symptoms of severe depression, a 34% decrease in reported thoughts of suicide, and a 65% decrease in suicide attempts. Think of that impact. Think of the impact your words
Mr.
have
Yackel, I
on our
apologize.
students.
Are you very close to
I'm
being
very
done?
close.
Thank you.
And I just want to say to our trans and non-binary students directly, let me say that just despite the hostility that you may have felt from some, there are people in this community who love you. I am one of them. You are welcome here. You belong and you matter.
Thank you, Mr. Yackel.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Lambert. Is Mike in this room? Mike Lambert. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mike Lambert. That's Lambert. Faribault graduate, Faribault homeowner, proud gay uncle to several Faribault state champions, a Faribault valedictorian, also to my trans nephew. And I'm here today as an ally for the gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender students. Now, you've been told repeatedly tonight that the Minnesota State High School League policy in question directly reflects the laws which you are obligated as school district representatives to follow. You've been told repeatedly about the Minnesota court cases affirming that transgender students in Minnesota are legally entitled to accommodations, including participation on sports teams that align with their gender identity, and to be protected from bullying and harassment, the laws. You've sworn to fulfill your legal obligations as school board members, that you will comply with all federal, state, and local laws relating to your work as school board members and abide by all rules and regulations in effect by the Minnesota Department of Education. So by voting against contract renewal, you are in effect voting against the laws, rules, and regulations. There is a disturbing movement across this nation by hate groups like Mass Resistance to vilify the marginalized trans community, and a wave of anti-trans legislation is being introduced or already signed into law. It's this hate-filled rhetoric that's used as a call to violence against the LGBTQ community and directly leads to the tragically high suicide rates amongst the kids, which the pastor just described. It's hard enough to be a teenager to begin with, let alone a teen coming to terms with their gender identity. The last thing that kid needs is to be made the scapegoat for the entire school district. They're just kids wanting a little love and respect for who they are. Now, I serve a loving higher power, and whatever you do to the least of my brothers and sisters, this you do unto me is the message. We are not going to be vilified, intimidated, and bullied by anybody, including school board members, using these kids to advance some misguided ideology when your job is to protect these kids. As stated, your mission is literally the writing on the wall. Empowers all students to engage and grow as learners and citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Schaefer, and the topic is marginalizing students and student development. Casey, she's in here.
My name is Carolyn Schaefer, S-H-A-F-F-E-R. I am a past parent of a Faribault Falcon, and I am a taxpayer. My question is, how does marginalizing any student contribute to their psychological development, self-confidence, academic achievement, peer interaction, and positive contributions to society? Labels such as LGBTQT.
Ms. Schaefer, can
Yes.
I just ask you to move the microphone a little closer, please? Thank you.
Not allowing students to pursue academic or other school-sponsored academic does not meet the goals of promoting or best educational outcomes. Students involved in structured, supervised activities are less likely to challenge acceptable behaviors and develop self-worth and are well-rounded citizens. I encourage inclusion and societal acceptance of all students.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Tom Moline. The topic is, I believe, Title IX, and I think Mr. Moline was sitting in this room. Yeah, Mr. Moline's in this room. Thank you. He's coming. Mr. Moline, is your topic Title IX? Okay, thank you.
I didn't expect to get called back in, so I didn't have my speech ready.
And if you would, state your name and the spelling, please, if you haven't heard that. Thank you.
My name is Tom Moline. I'm from Faribault. It's T-O-M-M-O-L-I-N-E. I speak to you again. I know that there was a prior discussion about the passage of the Minnesota State High School League. From the very beginning, I've wanted people to know this was going to pass. The board's going to pass the Minnesota State High School League. There was some confusion, I think, about people's intention, and I would hopefully, we could correct that a little bit what the concerns were. I'd like to point out Faribault Public School Board Policy number 102, Equal Educational Opportunity. It states the purpose of the policy is to ensure that equal educational opportunity is provided for all students in the school district. I think we can all agree with that. The general statement of Policy A, the policy of the school district is to provide equal educational opportunity for all students. The school district does not unlawfully discriminate on the basis of race, color, creed, religion, national origin, sex, marital status, parental status, status with regard to public assistance, disability, sexual orientation, including gender identity and expression or age. I think we can all agree with that. I think that's a good statement of policy, and I think it's important to note. I also think it's important to do a little definition here on the word creed, which is a system of belief, principles, or opinions. And I think that tonight is a good indication with the people that are gathered here is that people have different opinions. People have different ideas on how we should proceed as a community, how we should proceed as a school. And I think the important thing is we all want our kids to succeed. We want them to be successful. And the point I would like to make very clear that in the context of creed and opinions and being certain that we give equal educational opportunity to all students, that we protect the women and the girls in our school systems and in those protected areas that are defined as spaces for women or girls. And to help out with that, I brought a definition. A girl is an adolescent human female. A woman is an adult human female. A boy is an adolescent human male. A man is an adult human male. I think that there are many opinions and things that we should proceed in our sports activities in regards to special needs students. And I think that we can create divisions that objectively provide the opportunities for all students while protecting the importance, I feel, of the biological female spaces and activities.
Mr. Moline?
Does that happen in church too? Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I had a lot more to say, and I appreciate very much the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have three more, and I believe all three relate to district policies or board mission statements. So our first speaker here, or the first of the last three, if you will, is Nicole Lewis. I don't know if she's in this room or in a different room. Once again, Nicole Lewis. Ms. Lewis, if you didn't hear us in that room, if you would please state your name and your spelling.
Nicole Lewis, NicoleLouis. So I'm here to talk about some policies that I have found on your website that I would just like to remind some board members. I'd like to thank the people I'm following for shortening up my speech by quoting a lot of things, such as the mission statement that, again, is on the wall. But I'm here today as a taxpayer, a community member. My kids have all graduated, and just kind of with some concerns that I've been hearing in the last few meetings. But first and foremost, I want to remind you that school boards are to remain nonpartisan. You are ethically are not to bring your religious beliefs, political views, or idealism to this agenda and to this board and its meetings. And may I remind you that there was no political affiliation behind your name on the ballot. And I also want to remind you that the students that you're representing, most of them couldn't vote. They're not 18 yet. So I've taken some time to read through your policies, and Mr. Moline actually just touched on your Equal Educational Opportunity Policy 102. I'm sorry, I'm going to be redundant. The policy of the school district is to provide equal educational opportunity for all students. The school district does not unlawfully discriminate on the basis of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sex, marital status, parental status, status with regard to public assistance, disability, sexual orientation, including gender identity and expression, or age. The school district also makes reasonable accommodations for students with disabilities. The school district prohibits harassment and discrimination of any individual based on any of these protected classifications listed above. It's very concerning when listening to discussions on approving district policies that board members are voting down policies due to the use of terms such as multicultural, equitable, human diversity, disability-sensitive society, global and cultural understanding, cultural awareness, and referring to LGBTQ and transgender policies provided at the state level, and I quote, coming down to good versus evil. The majority of these rights are federal laws, and if you continue to argue or wish to dismantle them, you are putting our district in jeopardy of lawsuits that would result in expenses to the taxpayers, my taxes. Again, the MSHSL ruling you are dissatisfied with is at the state level and out of the hands and responsibility of this board. In 2021, the Anoka-Hennepin District reached a settlement of $300,000 in regards to discrimination of a transgender student. So now I'm going to refer to some Code of Ethics, Policy 209, and I'll just highlight some that stuck out to me. That as a board member, you will remember your responsibility to set policy, not implement policy. That you will recognize your responsibility exercised through the actions of the school board as a whole to see that
Ms. Lewis, sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Sorry.
Are you very close?
I am close. That the schools are run properly to not run them yourself. That you will provide support to the superintendent and the employees of the district so that they may perform their proper functions on a professional level.
Ms.
Comply
Lewis,
with all
sorry,
federal,
I hate to
state, and
interrupt
local
you,
laws.
But I need to interrupt you, and I need to stop you, so thank you.
So I think the point has been made, and I encourage you all, though, to read over these ethics,
Thank you, Ms.
policy
Lewis.
number 209, and learn
Thank
what
you.
your roles are.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Gina Yetzer, and the topic is Board and Mission Statement. Mr. Rutherford, I thought Ms. Yetzer was in the other room. Thank you. Just as a reminder, we're trying to keep everybody as close to that 3 minutes as possible. Hi, Ms. Yetzer. If you would make sure you state your name and the spelling of your name, please.
My name is Gina Yetzer, Ginayetzer. I wanted to remind the board, just remind you of some of the things you agreed to. You were voted in, but you agreed. You agreed to support the mission statement. Turn around and look at it. Turn around and look at it. Faribault Public Schools provides a high quality of equitable. Equitable is equal and impartial. Equitable education that nurtures, inspires, challenges, and empowers all students to engage and grow as learners and citizens. Not just students, learners and citizens. You agreed to uphold this mission statement when you agreed to be on the board. You also agreed to do that through certain strategies and core values. One of those strategies is equity. We will commit to a high-quality education for every student. You agreed to it. You agreed to the code of ethics. One of those being to refrain from using your school board position for personal gain. You agreed to it. The mission says all. It does not say white kids. It doesn't say girls. It does not say queer. It doesn't say Muslim. It doesn't say Latino. It says all. You agreed to it. You agreed to the mission statement. You agreed as a board member, as voted in by our community. Remember that when you vote, that you already agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessup. Okay, thank you. Our last speaker of the evening is Ann Voss, and the topic is school board mission and board responsibility. And I believe she's in this room. Mr. Rutherford, she's in this room straight across from us. Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Voss. If you would, make sure you please state your name and your spelling, if you would. Thank you.
My name is Ann Voss, A-N-N.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you? Can you pull that mic a little closer and talk as loud as you can?
My name is Ann Voss, A-N-N-V-O-H-S. And actually, I'm very happy to be asked to speak, but I think all those people that have spoke before me have said everything I want to say. So I'm going to yield my time to someone else. I thank you for your attention.
I will just tell you you're the last speaker of the night, so it's up to you if you want to take your 3 minutes or you're good.
I'm going to give everybody a break.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Once again, thank you to all the speakers. And I would once again encourage anybody, if you want to have dialogue with any board member, feel free to do so. And also our superintendent, Mr. Benty, feel free to reach out through email, personal conversation, before or after board meetings, however that may look, phone calls, whatever. Okay, this brings us to item number 7, our consent agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda.
So moved.
I'm going to give that to Mr. Olson, and then I think Ms. Boudreau with the second. So the motion is by Mr. Olson, second by Ms. Boudreau. I'm sorry. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. For you first-timers that have been here, just a little information. Our consent agenda, we do not have any discussion on it. So that's why we skipped over the discussion on the consent agenda. This brings us to item number 8, retirements. There are none this evening. This brings us to item number 9, consider approval of resolution 23-46, the 2023-2024 resolution for membership in the Minnesota State High School League. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I've been waiting for over a month to make this motion. And again, I apologize to the community for all of the commotion that it has caused. And without hesitation and no reluctancy, I will move that we renew our membership. Resolution number 2246, our membership in the State High School League.
I'm sorry. Let me correct you, and I don't mean to interrupt you. Resolution 23-46.
2346.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I do this for the benefit of all students, all of our good students in this district who will shine and be proud to be Falcons when they graduate. So I will move that we accept our membership in the State High School League.
Thank you for that. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Bellingham. Sorry, and I'm going to just go off topic here real quick. Sir, I'm sorry, can I just ask you to remain over there and not pass the mics around? Thank you. I appreciate
Is
that.
there any other way to get the sound?
I'm not going to pass it all the way around. We're going to talk into this as loud as we can. I'll ask all the board members to be as close to the microphone as they can. But thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud. We have a second by Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion on this topic? Yes, Ms. Steves.
I'd like to make some comments. So first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for
Ms. Steves, sorry. Can you move that closer so everybody can hear well? Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone for giving me time to understand and learn and process. As I said in my previous statement, read by you, Mr. Wolf, I'm not a great public speaker, and it takes me time to process. Despite this experience, I'm hoping that we're instilling in our kids that our voices up here are powerful and that words matter, and to, above all else, to think before we speak. I also want to show them that it's okay to take time and gain perspective. I will be voting in favor of this. Our jobs as school board members are very clearly defined, and our decisions need to be routed in student achievement and for the best outcomes for all students. All students. I want to end my comments by responding by something being tied to one group of people in a really, frankly, gross and unfair way. 1/3 of women experience sexual violence in their lifetime. I have 2 daughters, and many people in this room have daughters. I will be horrified and disturbed when this happens to one of my daughters. I've spoken with so many people on every side of this issue, and one of those people is someone that I've known for over 30 years. I've known him longer than my own husband. We met in 1st grade at Lincoln Elementary. We graduated high school together. He's a trans man. And we're still friends. He reminded me through a lot of tears that it's okay to take time and understand. And I would implore anyone that has questions to ask and be open and challenge your own judgments. All of our students deserve respect, and all of our students deserve an education.
Thank you, Ms. Steves. Board members, any other comments?
Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you. So in addressing this issue, I basically want to
Mr. Bellingham, sorry, will you speak into that as
my
closely
goodness,
as
I didn't
possible?
think I thought my teacher voice carried a lot
Thank you.
further than that. But anyway, my vote tonight in the affirmative, which it always has been, will be based on 3 factors, as all my votes are. 1, for students in Faribault Public Schools. Opportunities, great programming, et cetera. 2nd is for the stability of the district, of what we're trying to build, the improvements we made, et cetera. And 3rd, which has been pointed out in many of the emails we have, the Faribault community. Not just in moral support and supporting our Falcons, but in financial reasons. We have businesses trying to gain workers to come in. We're building apartment buildings. We're building homes. A strong public school will ensure, with opportunities such as the High School League provides, will ensure this. And there is deep financial ramifications within this. That's my affirmative vote. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion? Mr. Robichaud?
Mr. Chair, I just wish to make a comment on the motion. And we had a number of adults speaking tonight, and I respect all of you for coming up and speaking. However, there is one voice that I think we need to recognize even more so, and that's the student voice, who spoke so eloquently at one of our last meetings about the whole issue, not what it meant for just them personally, but for what it meant for your peers in your school system, and how you are going to advance because of the membership in the State High School League and being able to participate. And I personally want to thank the students for their voice, and the students in the audience who didn't get a chance to speak tonight, because it is your voice that makes a difference. And don't ever forget it. Speak loud and clear, because you're the one who's lived this experience and will be living that experience. And hopefully we as adults will give you an environment that you can be proud of.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud. Mr. Benty, before I ask for any other discussion, can you remind us, and I know you've done this in the past, there's plenty of people here that were not here in the past, but can you remind us what role the Minnesota State High School League plays in this? And the whole, in terms of, is it the Minnesota State High School League that makes these rules or policies, or what is that? Can you remind us?
So once again, the Minnesota State High School League does not have a policy on transgender students in sports. They are simply following what the state law and the Minnesota Human Rights Act, along with other court cases, have said needs to happen. So what the Minnesota State High School League has is an appeal process for students that are not granted to play on a team that is not by their biological sex by a school district. All right. So one of the things is that all boys' sports are open to girls, but all girls' sports are not open to boys. So this is how they are trying to, I think, level the playing field some, and we're going to see more of that come out in October through Title IX as well from federal legislation. So Title IX is in the process of being rewritten, and we're going to see more, and that will come out, I believe, in October. But this is not a Minnesota State High School League piece. This is a state law and court case piece.
So I've had this conversation with you, and so whether it's any extracurriculars or not that are sponsored through the Minnesota State High School League, whether Minnesota State High School League is here and we're a member of it or not, students that are transgender, two topics being blended together. Is that fair to say?
So if it's the board's will tonight that we remove ourselves from the Minnesota State High School League, that's what we will do. But we will still be forced to follow the same rules outside of the State High School League as we would be inside of the State High School League.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Other discussion, board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Moore. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Talk as loud as you can
I'll
and
talk
as
as
close
loud
as you
as
can.
I can.
Thank you.
And I'm going to read this. Before we take the vote, I'd like to make a brief public statement on the record. I have been accused publicly in this chamber and in social media and around the district by a number of people, fellow school board members, parents, students, and others, for things that are an exaggeration and some simply are not true. I want to take a moment to set the record straight. Our job as elected officials of the Faribault Public School Board is to ensure that every student in our care gets equal opportunities and to be included, especially in the fundamental areas of education. I believe sports, music, speech, and the other activities governed by MSHSL are an integral part of these fundamentals for all of the reasons we have discussed. Character building, physical fitness, mental and physical health, teamwork, leadership opportunities, and so forth. I think we all know this body will be voting to continue to affiliate with MSHSL this year. Let the record show that the MSHSL, are going against their own policies, and I'm referring to bylaws 209.00, definitions 1A and 5A, and Title IX, and will not be preserving these opportunities for all of our students. I remember sports before Title IX when girls were not allowed to participate in most sports, or if they were allowed, they had to compete with boys. And this is from the National Institute of Health website in Hilton and Lundberg 2021 study that no matter what age hormone therapy begins, boys already have a significant physical advantage, especially in terms of size, power, and speed, that cannot be overcome no matter how hard the girls work. In 1972, only 7% of U.S. high school athletes were female. In 2011, it was 41%. That is the power of Title IX. In schools with the majority of the students being non-white, even now, females have access to only 67% of the athletic opportunities of males. And we don't want Faribault to become a statistic. We must stand up for our female student athletes of all colors, ethnicities, and socioeconomic standings and provide them the respect, dignity, and opportunities to achieve success in the classroom and on the playing field. If we are to join this league again, and I understand our chairman's statement that the league has set and others the policy and that the law has to be changed by the legislature. Therefore, I propose that this school board makes a public statement to all our students and parents that we will be standing up for the girls, that they should come to us when they are marginalized on the basis of sex, that we are open to reports of sexual harassment, that we are willing and required to make accommodations for girls who are uncomfortable sharing private spaces with biological boys, and that we will fight for them if they lose out on a team position, championship, or a scholarship to a biological boy competing in girls' sports. I take my position on this board and our responsibility to the student body seriously. I stand with all our students to allow them all equal opportunities to succeed in the classrooms, on the playing fields, and in society, to achieve all that they can be. Female athletes fought hard for Title IX, and I do not want to see us go backwards in Faribault and in Minnesota. Take the advice from international competitive LGBTQ plus members Martina Navratilova and Caitlyn Jenner, and stand up for girls' sports in Faribault schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Ms. Huberty?
So I just wanted to say a little bit that I am the student representative. I don't have a vote. As a student representative, I speak for my fellow students and for members of the community, and I just really wanted to emphasize that the students in this community are hurt by comments that have been made, and also the students and everyone in this community has learned a lot. We learned that who to go to when an issue arises. And I just want to make it very clear that, again, you are all here for the students. That is your main purpose. And as a student representative, I do not have a vote. I am solely here to speak. And my thoughts are not just my singular thoughts, but I have spoken to many students who have many different opinions on this. And we all came to the same thing. We want to play sports. And we want everyone to feel loved. So I just want to make it very clear that the students know what's going on. We have thoughts and opinions, and please just really think about the students and don't point out one specific group and say that they are going to be targeted. Let's just remember that you are here for the students. That's the students, like point blank, all the students.
Thank you, Ms. Huberty. Board members, any other comments or discussion? Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Boudreau.
I think the board does realize we're here for students, and I don't think some of the comments have been very fair. I believe that the board supports the activities of the high school league that it provides to our students. We are not going to remove those activities. That's never been my intent. And I think it's clear that students make the decision to participate in the Minnesota High School League activities. That's as simple as that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Last call for any other discussion. I want to make sure everybody's had adequate time if they want to say anything here. Okay, I just want to thank, before we get to the resolution, the roll call, if you will, I just want to thank all the members of the community that came out tonight or the last couple weeks, over the last month and a half or so. All the community members that have emailed us, whatever their thoughts are, whatever side of the MSHSL decision they're on, because what it means is they care, and they care for a reason, and they have something has shaped their beliefs, whether it's an experience or whatever, a relationship with someone, whatever. But I want to thank people for reaching out to us, the time they took, the energy they took. I also want to thank all the people that spoke here tonight. I want to thank, once again, all of our coaches, teachers, parents, and students that have sent us letters, wrote us a list of support, if you will. I think we had, 50-some, whatever it is, 50-ish teachers and coaches that signed it. I'd like to thank our Big Nine ADs that wrote us a letter of support. We were one of the founding members of the Big Nine. We're lucky enough to hopefully continue to host the Big Nine Music Festival this year. I also want to thank BA, a school that we co-op with. They wrote us a letter of recommendation or a letter of support to stay in the Minnesota State High School League. And I'd also like to challenge everybody that's listening. We probably have a bigger audience than usual tonight. Everybody that's in this room, everybody that's in our overflow rooms, stay involved in how can we use this as an action call to support our students and our schools in our entire community. I can assure you it's easier said than done because my hope is this passes, but I can assure you that in our July and our August and our September meeting, this room will be a fraction, and I mean a fraction of what is here tonight. And so I would challenge all of you as parents, community members, whoever it is, if you would, please stay involved. And if not, if you can't because your time doesn't allow it, ask a neighbor, ask a friend, ask a relative to get involved because we can truly help move all of this forward, and there is strength in numbers. So once again, I appreciate it. Board members, I appreciate your cordial conversation and listening to everybody. I'm going to ask one last time, any further discussion on this item, board members? Mr. Benty, is there anything else as superintendent that you would like to share that you feel that you haven't had a chance to, or anything you'd like to clarify for us before we take our final vote?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, thank you. So just to reiterate, we do have a motion by Mr. Robichaud, a second by Mr. Bellingham to consider approval of Resolution 23-46, which is the 2023-2024 resolution for membership in the Minnesota State High School League. With that, Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call?
Sean Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Nay.
Richard Olson.
No.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Passes 5-2.
Motion passes 5-2. Okay, thank you. With that said, that is item 9 that we just concluded. We have a long list. All of you are welcome to stay with us all evening if you'd like to hear the rest of our meeting. Also, I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess. Everybody can use the restroom. Everybody can leave peacefully, if you will, and then we'll get on to our meeting at 7:08. Thank you. We're just going to make sure these doors get shut here, so. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for that break. We're now back to following our agenda here. And we are now on item 10. Is Mr. Gertis in here? Well, we have a problem.
He left.
Mr. Gertis is missing.
In Mr. Gertis's defense, you did say 7:08, and it's only 7:07. So.
I show 7:08 on my computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be hard to miss.
For those watching online, we're just waiting for Mr. Gertis, our finance director, as the next large portion of our agenda deals with finance. Mr. Gertis.
Sorry, I got caught in my mouth.
Welcome to the meeting. If you would please come forward here, Mr. Gertis. We are on item 10. The minutes out there, everyone, for your review is item 10A. That's the May 15th meeting. If there's any questions on the minutes from May 15th, please ask. And if not, hearing none, we will go on to item 10B, the budget, and then 10B 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Mr. Gertis, the floor is yours, sir.
So we'll start with the first report that I believe is on the list, which is our ADM report. So last month I shared with the board, last couple months, about some reporting issues that we're having around our PSEO contract that we have with South Central College. I can sit here today and share with you that those issues have been resolved. That data is now flowing through MARS, which is the student information system at the state. And so I was able to rework our numbers. We made a slight decrease in the ADM that you will hear about a little later when we talk about the final budget for fiscal year 23. But if you look at this report in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see in the little green there that the current final budget proposed is 3,223 ADM. That's a drop of 7 ADM from the revised budget of 3,230. Okay? Based on the numbers as they stand today, let me correct that, at the end of May, we are 4 over that at this time. As the board is well aware, as we close out the fiscal year, there are always changes. There are always cleanup. There are always things that get brought together, data that gets entered late, data that gets cleaned up late. So that numbers will move up and down, but it should not be significantly. So that being said, that is the ADM report, and we'll talk again about that as it's reflected in the 23 budget's final presentation later on in the agenda tonight. Next report that's in there, talk about real quickly, is our investment report. Again, drop of about $600,000 over the end of April to the end of May. Again, not a big change in those numbers. Obviously, with a budget our size, $600,000 over any given month is just the cost of doing business. So, again, nothing to be alarmed about there, but we're all looking good on the cash flow. And again, you can see the laundry list of investments that we are invested in with our cash to try and raise some added interest revenue for the school.
Excuse me, what's your rate now you're getting for CDs?
So, Mr. Olson, the list there, the latest list. So we entered in some investments. I want to say 2 months ago. It was a laddered CD, right? Because we have to collateralize all of our investments. The average rate on those 4 CDs was just under 5.25%. Now, that being said, I had my crystal ball. I could have waited a little bit longer. They're a little higher right now. But that's what we locked in at about 2 months ago. So right now, current rate is about 5.35.
What's the term on that?
That list that you see there on the screen right now has terms anywhere from 9 months to 2 years, based on cash flow analysis that we put together. So I can't tell you right off the top of my head which ones are which, but the ones that we just entered into were 9 months, and we have some that are coming due in calendar year 25. And again, that's just based on a 2-year cash flow modeling that we do, based on expenses and so on and so forth. So
Because with my CDs, all of a sudden it's 13 months you put it in for a minimum.
these are different types of investments.
CDs, yeah, but I know.
Yep, for governmental entities. Yeah. A lot of the personalized ones are year, 18
And
months.
so that's
or-
why that's,
Mr. Curtis, you have a lot more restrictions than a private citizen has as far as investments go.
That is true, but a CD is a very acceptable investment for a governmental agency, right? As long as we, again, have those CDs that are less than $250,000. So most of the time, we'll invest about $240,000 because with interest, they have to stay below the 250, or we're out of compliance with Minnesota State statute investment policy for governmental agencies. So that's why all those numbers that you see on there are all goofy numbers, right? Because we forecast what the interest will be at any point in time, so we don't go over $250,000. Our next report is our comparative financial report. A little shadowing into the final year, but we made some adjustments that we've been talking about for the last 3-4 months based on our exorbitant winter that we had. We changed the final budget on some of our utilities and our snow removal. Those are reflected in the lines that are up on the screen. You can also see that the percentages year-to-date through the end of May, which this report reflects, are more in line with what they used to be in terms of percentages to budget than the reports at the end of April because of those budget adjustments. So things are a little flattened out. Again, we'll talk more about that when we go through the 23 year-end budget.
Scott, I got a question that, I don't know if it's appropriate here, but on utilities which change and your, snow, ice removal?
Yes.
So when we put money
Yes.
into that, and for some reason 1 year it stays up to 60 degrees for winter, okay, and there's
I'm
no
waiting
snow.
for that, Mr. Olson.
Yeah, we're going to move. But where does that, okay, we're not heating as much, and there's snow or ice because it's 60 degrees. Where does that money go? Does it stay in a line item, or does it go back into the general budget?
So that's a great question. So when we close the year, so us and the accounting team will close the year end of April, early September. All of those either budgets that are in the hole, right, or budgets, to your question, that are above the line, right, because we didn't spend it, close to the respective fund balance that they're tied to. And so snow plowing gets tied to the general fund, right? Fund balance 422 undesignated, the one we talk about all the time, day in and day out. And so that would just increase, in your example, Mr. Olson, 60 degrees all winter, which I would love, would increase the fund balance by whatever that delta is. This year, it was the opposite, right? We spent more money than the 90-some thousand dollars that we had budgeted. So that money came out of the fund balance, and I will show you that when we get to the end of the budget presentation that we do for the final year. I'll show you how that all rolls together in a chart I have on there. If you can hold tight for half an hour.
Is it legal to leave the money in there because you want to build up a reserve? Like for heating, the electricity costs, and for snow removal, said, okay, we're not going to return it. We'll leave it there for next year.
So the board could take action and assign a specific fund balance for snow removal if they so chose to do that. that would take board action to do that. We typically don't do that. With an accounting staff of 2, it would be hard to keep track of all those things, but the board could take action to set a separate reserve account or assigned account for snow plowing or utilities or anything they deemed that they wanted to set aside for, right? Well, they could do that.
I'm talking about things that really change.
Yep.
It means like utilities and snow and ice removal.
Yep, absolutely, they could do that.
So once it's there, okay, it didn't snow at all or very little. We're going to keep that, but still put money in for the next year. Is that?
We could do that, and if we want to look into that, we can have those discussions maybe at a finance committee meeting
I'd like
next
to
month.
put that on a finance committee.
Okay.
Okay.
I will try and remember that, but you might need to email me.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Moving down to the comparative financials for our internal service fund for Blue Cross Blue Shield. Again, if you look at the bottom of that, I'm sorry, NASCO, I'll go a little bit slower so you can move through the attachments. It was the same attachment as the one you had up. There you go, or whoever's driving. Sorry, Kathy. We're just on the bottom part of the page. Thank you, you got it right there. You can see there at the bottom of that page, our fund balance, again, through the end of May, $673,000 to the good, which means as of the end of May, revenue over expenses to that amount. Now, again, I shared this with the Finance Committee meeting at the Finance Committee meeting this morning. We only have 1 month left, right? Month of June on this report, but we also try and capture what's called IBNR, incurred but not received. For those of you that ever have worked in the medical field, you know that the lag on medical billing can be anywhere from 60 to 90 days. So we try and run through mathematical formulas to try and calculate what those are so that we can expense out those claims that maybe we don't see on June 30th, but that happened on or before June 30th. Okay? So there will be added expenses over revenue in the next 2 months. Typically, that's been running about $150,000, but it could be any number, right? So more to come on that, but we'll give you those final numbers as soon as we have that fund closed for fiscal year 23. Any questions on that? All right, and then the last one here that we're going to talk about is our financial analytics. I'll pause, not put pressure on Kathy. Maybe just the next one down. There you go. There it comes. All right. So this is the colorful report. Again, if you look at those curves, we talked about that one last month, but you can see that the blue line, and it's kind of hard to see on that graph, but the blue line and the red dotted line do intersect within a couple $100,000 of each other. And so again, that means that roughly we'll finish at the same place where we finished last year, which was slightly below 0. Right, in terms of fund balance. So more to come on that. There'll be some graphs in the final budget. That'll show you that'll be a lot cleaner to see. If you flip and slide down, oops, same report, sorry, page 2. We should practice this more often, shouldn't we? So page 2, again, I'm not going to talk a lot about page 2 and page 3. You guys have seen these graphs before. All of them are pretty close, again, to where we should be, meaning that our trend is following page 1 of the thing. If you could go one more page for me, Kathy, page 4 on this right there. Just a couple things I want to point out. Again, this is a snapshot in time, but in that big box on the upper right-hand side, you can see a couple things have changed as it relates to this. Our food service budget is looking a little bit higher. I wanted to point out that we have spent a lot of money that is not reflected in this report yet to upgrade different appliances and different things across a couple of the kitchens. And so that I'm hoping we don't end up with a large increase in our food service account. For those of you that might be new to the board, we are allowed 6 months fund balance reserve based on USDA guidelines. At the end of last year, we were at about 8 months, and anything we grow above that will just increase that number. So we try and spend money wherever possible. I don't want to say that out loud because Zach will hold me to that. But again, we're very limited on what we can spend Fund 2 money out of. So it's very hard to eat up that fund balance. The other thing I wanted to point out is if you look way to the right, I know it's small print, but the post-employment benefit account, our Fund 45, the other right. Kathy, can you slide to the right just a little bit? You can see that our negative revenue that we had throughout the first 7-8 months roughly of the year has turned positive. So at least we have a positive revenue in that account. Now again, the bottom line is in the negative, means that we've spent more money in that fund than we have revenue. But for the longest time, we had negative revenue in there because of the markets doing whatever they do. So that has turned around a little bit, and at least we can report that as the end of May, that revenue is now positive. And I just wanted to point that out to the board. Any questions on the analytics? Any of that, what I just covered? Jerry?
Chair, and I may be in error in this, please correct me if I'm wrong, but free lunch for all students, I assume that passed, did it not?
It did pass, yes.
How is that going to affect our food service budget?
So I'll try and cover this as succinctly as possible. So what it's probably going to do to our food service budget is probably lower it just a little bit, and here's why. You guys have all heard of the free lunch, the reduced lunch, and then the full pay lunch, right? Those categories are not going away. The state is not removing that. They're not removing the requirement that we fill out the free and reduced lunch application. That's always a big production in our office around the end of August that we send out piles and piles of paper. None of that's changing. The free lunch, Mr. Robichaud, to your point, is the federal government will still pay for the free lunch. Nothing changes there. The federal government also pays for the reduced lunch, but the state now is going to pay the difference from where the feds leave off up to the free rate. The state is going to cover that. Okay? The state is also going to cover those kids who don't qualify for free and reduced lunch. They're going to pay for those kids to eat free as well, up to the federal reimbursement rate, which is slightly lower than the cash price. Now, that all being said, our district is about 75% free and reduced lunch. So that only leaves about 25% roughly who are not free and reduced lunch. And of that 25%, less than half of that, so an eighth, right, eat school lunch. So it's not going to have a huge impact one way or the other on our bottom line. One of the things that is going to change, and I'll have more for the board as soon as we have it all operationalized, is now in the new state law, Mr. Robichaud, that passed, is the state now is requiring us to serve a different meal pattern called CEP. Again, more to come on that because I don't want to get into that right now, and I'm not prepared to talk about that, which is all federally funded dollars. And the reason they're doing that is because the state wants to push as much of the liability back to the federal government as possible. So we will be serving CEP lunch meal patterns in fiscal year 24 at most of our sites. And we have not worked through all the data that it takes to figure that out yet.
So what is that? Meal pattern, what is that? Maybe you can't explain it yet.
Well, I can give you the high level,
Yeah.
Mr. Olson. The high level is that if you have a school who has an ISP, and I cannot explain that to you without notes. So ISP is how they qualify for free and reduced lunch, and there's about 6 different things that can qualify them. If you have a ratio that is 62.5% or more, you need to serve CEP. And what CEP does is it gives you 1.6 times the meal rate for every student that eats free, that qualifies for your ISP. Meaning that if you take 62.5% times 1.6, it's 100%. Now, I can tell you just rough numbers that I have ran. All of our elementary schools and our middle school for sure qualify for CEP. McKinley qualifies for CEP. Our high school is right on the edge. And some of the other supporting districts that we serve food to do not qualify. That's what I can tell you off the top of my head right now.
But base boiled down, we are gonna feed our kids.
We are going to feed our kids. We are going to feed our kids for free. It's just that the operationalizing of all the paperwork and the funding mechanisms behind the scenes will be vastly
Which
different.
the kids don't care about.
They don't care
No, so-
one way or the other.
It's up to you to make it work.
Yep, and we always seem to make it work. So, knock on wood. So, that's what I can share about free and reduced lunch.
Thank you.
Yep. More to come, maybe as the start of the school year shows. Well, I'll bring it back to a finance committee meeting when we have it all figured out. Any other questions as it relates to the monthly May reports?
Thank you. Mr. Gertis, I wouldn't go far. We've got gifts and donations, and I think.
Yeah, I gotta go get a different pile of paper.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the questions. This brings us to item 10B5, gifts and donations, which is resolution 23-47. I'll read all of these out loud and then look for a motion to approve. Resolution 23-47, accepting gifts and donations here on June 20th, 2023. First item is from the Hannah Lips Foundation, $2,067 to purchase new beds for district nurses' offices. Next item are 3 donations from the Faribault Booster Club. The first one is $30 for Little Falcons. That's actually a pass-through from FAIR, which is the Faribault Area Retired Educators. The next item is $4,500 for the Score Vision annual subscription, which is the maintenance program for the scoreboards in Nolan Gymnasium. And then the last item on here from the Booster Club is $15,000 towards a high school scoreboard out at Bruce Smith Field, Ted Nelson Track. The next batch of items, item C, donations for the DECA program. The first one is FAIR, once again, Faribault Area Retired Educators for $100. The next one is from TrueView for $500. And the third one here is for Reliance Bank for $100 to the DECA program. The next item on here is from Eclectic Alliance, $136.36 cash and hygiene and food items with a value of $188.70 for the high school nest. And the last item is from the Eclectic Alliance, $136.30 cash and hygiene and food items with a value of $188.70 for the Faribault Middle School nest. With that, I will entertain a motion to approve these gifts and donations as reported.
Mr. Chair, I'll move Resolution 2347.
Thank you, Mr. Bellingham. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Steves. Any further discussion on this item? Once again, we'd just like to thank the community and anybody that is on this list. We appreciate you thinking of the school district in these regards, so thank you. Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Aye.
I'm sorry, I got messed up here.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau. Linda Moore. Richard Olson.
Aye.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you for that. It brings us to item 10C1. Items reviewed by the Finance Committee and are suggested for board approval. Just for everybody's knowledge, we met this morning and had these this morning. So for us finance people, these are fresh in our mind. And Mr. Gertis, if you can help answer any questions, and Mr. Benty, if you can help answer any questions. So the first item on here is item 10C1. Consider approval of Minnesota State Academies for the Deaf and Blind Tuition Agreement 2023-2024 with Faribault Public School District. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud, a second by Ms. Boudreau. Any further discussion on this? Or would anybody like to have Mr. Gertis explain this of what's not on here? Mr. Gertis, just to reiterate, this and many of the others are annual contracts that we'll be discussing.
That is accurate. This one, again, is related to the tuition agreement that we have or will have once this is approved with the state academies here. We do draw funding, if you recall back from the levy. that we talked about last November, December, whenever it was. I'm sure you all remember that. That we get levy dollars for this relationship. I believe the number, I'm kind of going from memory, is about $118,000 that we get by approving this document today.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Benty, is there anything on this topic or this resolution you'd like to add?
No, I think you said it a lot. These are just basically one-year agreements that come due every time this year, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, board members? All right, hearing none, we do have a motion by Mr. Robichaud and a second by Ms. Boudreau. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Brings us to item 10C2. Consider approval of the 2023-2024 contract between Faribault Public Schools and Riverbend Nature Center. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So
So
moved.
moved. Oh,
I'm going to give that to Ms. Boudreau as the motion, and I'll give Mr. Olson the second. Any further discussion on this, board members, or Mr. Gertis or Mr. Benty? Anything you'd like to share?
Just once again, it's our annual agreement with Riverbend Nature Center. They service students, I believe, pre-K all the way through sixth grade, as well as our secondary students in seventh through 12th grade as well.
Wonderful, thank you. Board members, any questions, comments?
The only thing I would like to add to Chad, something that's a little bit new here, to give a little bit of credit to Mr. Pruitt, that he worked through a grant with the Department of Natural Resources, which allocated about $25,000 of funding, of which $20,000 will go right to Riverbend Nature Center for added classes and instructional whatever out at the facility this year.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, hearing no other discussion, we do have a motion by Ms. Boudreau and a second by Mr. Olson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. This brings us to item 10C3. Consider approval of the fiscal year 24 refuse and recycling contract. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson, a second by Ms. Boudreau. Any further discussion on this? Yes, Mr. Olson?
Yeah, it's good to see a local company gets the contract. I don't know how that happened, but because how did it happen that you took it away from Waste Management?
Well, if I had something to do with it, Mr. Olson, I would take full credit for that. But
You can. You can.
You know, every 2 years we go out and do quotes, right? We always do these in two-year increments, right? So the last time we did this was 2 years ago. I think in talking with Kane, I have not met yet personally with City and Lakes yet. We have that set up for sometime in July, you know, to figure out how we're going to do dumpsters and everything. In talking with him, I think, you know, at the end of the day, you know, Waste Management is, you know, they put on so much % every year, and you kind of know where they are, right, and where they're going to come in at. So it's not real hard to come in and figure that out, right? And if you can do it for a lesser amount, which obviously they think they can, that's where they came in at. So, yeah, so time will tell. We're going to work on a 2-year contract. More to come on that as we get that all figured out. There might be some different things that we're going to work on, again, around food service waste that we're going to incorporate into this contract that we haven't done before. But again, more to come on that when we get through all the weeds on that contract.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, board members? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Brings us to item 10C4. Consider approval of the fiscal year 2024 workman's compensation policy. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So move. Another savings.
Second?
So move.
Yep. We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau, a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion on this? Mr. Gertis, would you like to point anything out here?
Yeah, I got just a few things to say. So I know there's a lot of numbers in that memorandum, but I'm going to try and just kind of set the stage from the basis point of my starting at Faribault Public Schools. When I started here, we had an EMR, so that's an acronym for Experience Modification Rate, that all work comp carriers use across the state. that was 1.69. So I'll stop there for a second, just explain that you want to have an EMR that's at 1. 1 means you're at average, right? Anything over 1 means you're not doing such a great job. And most work comp carriers will assess you based on that percentile over 1, and you pay more for work comp. If you are south of 1, they think you're doing a great job. And they will give you a credit if you are south of 1 because you got everything working. So first year I started here was 1.69. Last year, when we came to the board, we saved, for those of you that recall, almost $100,000 because we dropped that EMR to 1.43. So roughly 25 basis points, 26 basis points, whatever it was, 24. And we had a huge savings last year, right? Now, as Mrs. Boudreau pointed out, our EMR dropped from 1.43 down to 1.17. So another 26 basis points on our EMR as we inch closer and closer and closer to the 1, right, where we want to try and get to, okay? So I'm going to stop here. I don't know if Kane is still in the room. I think he said he was going to leave with the rest of the audience. But I want to give him some kudos to his team, Kane and Carrie and Craig and even Haley, who was here, who's not here anymore. They do a lot of great things to do training, education for our staff, and to give them a lot of credit for dropping that EMR. Now, what that means is, right, we get 26 less percentage points on the model. The other moving part that I do want to speak to is we did have to adjust our salaries. So for those of you that aren't aware, work comp is a direct percentage based on units to $100 of your salaries that you pay. Obviously, salaries go up over time, i.e. your work comp goes up over time, right? Because it's direct correlation. So while this saves us $26,700 roughly, there was actually more savings than that because on top of that, we had to increase our base work comp wage by almost $2 million. Okay? So every year, just if the board's curious, every year at the end of the year, we do go through an audit, another audit, right, in conjunction with our annual financial audit, and they true that all up. So if we underreport at the beginning, we get billed at the end, and vice versa. If we overreport at the beginning, they give us money back at the end, right? So it's trued up to the dollar, okay? But the recommendation, again, is to move away from our state auto and to move with SFM insurance. I have met with SFM. They used to be the carrier here in Faribault somewhere around 8 to 10 years ago. I think they're going to do a great job. They do have a large Minnesota presence. They're one of the biggest Minnesota work comp carriers in the state, and our rep lives just up the road in Northfield. So he will be around to help out and assist Kane and Carrie and the safety committee in all the work that they carry out through across the district.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for Mr. Gertis? Okay, hearing none, we do have a motion and we do have a second. So I will we'll vote now for the approval of the fiscal year 2024 workman's comp policy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. This brings us to item 10C5, consider approval of fiscal year 2024 property casualty and D&O policy insurance. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
Second.
I'm going to give that to Ms. Steves. So we have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion on this? Mr. Gertis, you want to walk us briefly through?
Yep. So for the last 6-7 years, we've had selective insurance for our property casualty and DO. And DO is acronym for directors and officers. It's liability insurance. Selective gives us very good rates. When you look at that $200,000, about 75% of that, or maybe slightly more, is insurance for our facilities and our buildings. So when we look for a carrier for property and casualty and DO, we usually tend to shoot for a vendor who will give us the best rates per $1,000 for building coverage in the event of hail, tornadoes, hurricanes or whatever else might find its way here in Minnesota, right? So we've been very happy with Selective. Again, they gave us a great rate. The increase from $200,000 to $213,000, mostly about 90% of that increase is due to what they call inflation guard. The inflation guard actually adjusts our building valuations by a percentage point, right, based on inflation, right? And you guys all know what inflation has been doing, right? So, so that actually moves up the cost per square foot on our buildings. We did look at a more of kind of a group policy this year called MIST. It's a policy that a lot of districts do enter into. Those numbers based on our package was about $60,000 more. So we kind of turned that down for fiscal year 24 and are recommending to stay with Selective Insurance for for $13,000 more for fiscal year 24.
Thank you. Board members, any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approving the fiscal year 2024 property casualty and D&O policy? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. That brings us to item 10C6, consider approval of the fiscal year 2024 Head Start food contract. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robshaw, a second by Ms. Moore. Any further questions or conversation here? Mr. Curtis, you want to walk us through anything here?
Yeah, just a couple things here. So the next several items are contracts with various schools across Faribault for food service. There's two types of contracts. One is a vended meal contract. And really what that means is we provide the meal and we get it over to the school. And then the school takes care of serving that meal. The school takes care of claiming that meal. The school takes care of all the paperwork around auditing and maintenance of that program. So the Head Start program is one of those. It is a vended meal contract. We simply supply meals to them on a per meal price. It came up, I think Mr. Wolf asked this morning, it came up, can we make margin on that? We don't make margin per se, but we do obviously include the cost of transportation, driver's time, the truck, gas, to get the meal there. We include a little bit of office time in the office here to do the billing and the payment of the bills to Sodexo. We also include a little bit in there for equipment because we obviously need to have heaters and coolers and warmers and steamers and whatever else they call all that stuff to get that meal over there safely to the school to be served. So if there's any other questions on that, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any other questions, board members? Thank you, Mr. Curtis, for that. All right, I'll enter, we do have a motion, in a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. It brings us to item 10C7, consider. Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
sorry, I was thinking, can I go back to
Yep,
the last
go
one?
ahead, that's fine.
That our fund balance in the food service, can that buy equipment for what you just described? Steamers or? is that-
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mr. Olson, that
Okay.
is one of the allowable costs, is
okay.
pretty much any kitchen equipment that's tied to the kitchen. I've argued to try and get equipment that's tied for the kitchen on the building and have been denied that, air exchangers and whatever. But any equipment inside the kitchen area is a allowable cost for Fund 2.
In fact, I've tried my sources, being the building official, you got the make-up air furnaces. They say that's part of the kitchen,
I've tried that too, and I can't get that to Fund 2. That needs to come out of LTFM, so I was told.
I know, those departments aren't talking to one another. That's what it is, okay.
Thank you.
No comment from them.
All right.
I
that-
can.
That brings us to item 10C7, consider approval of the fiscal year 2024 SevSec food service contract. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Second?
We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau, a second by Ms. Steves. Mr. Gertis, you want to briefly walk us through this, please?
Yeah, so this contract with SevSec that we've had in place for a long time now is a little bit different than the one with Head Start. This is a joint powers contract, which means that we fully run the food service program for SevSec. Not only do we supply the meals, deliver the meals, but we claim the meals, we do all the auditing, all the paperwork. The only thing that SevSec is responsible for is to help serve the meals at the individual sites and pass on the data of who ate the meals as one of the requirements, because we don't always have eyes on the ground. So again, we do all the work for SevSec for their food program.
Thank you for that. Board members, any further discussion on this item? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of approval of the fiscal year 2024 SevSec food service contract, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. This brings us to item 10C8, consider approval of fiscal year 2024 Discovery School Food Service Contract. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Moore. Mr. Gertis, would you walk us through this briefly, please?
Basically, all I'm going to say here is it's a vended meal contract, kind of the same commentary as we had for the Head Start program. Same thing, same rates, same everything. So.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or questions, board members? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Brings us to item 10C9, consider approval of the fiscal year 2024 SARAD food service contract. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robshaw, a second by Ms. Boudreau. Mr. Gertis, will you briefly walk us through this contract?
So again, Surratt Academy, again, different. I suppose I could have put them in the right order, so we would have had them all the same. But the contract that the Surratt board approved just last Friday will be a joint powers contract. We will fully run that program as well for the kids at that Surratt Academy.
Okay, thank you for that. Board members, any other discussion or questions you have? Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Olson.
it goes beyond food service, but what's the update with the academy?
Mr. Olson, can I just ask that you bring that up at our school board
Oh, sure.
comment time?
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
Okay.
We'll make sure Mr. Gertis is still around then.
Oh, yeah, I hope so.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions regarding the SARAD food service contract? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. This brings us to item 10C10. Consider approval of fiscal year 2024 Cannon River STEM School food service contract. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Second?
We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau, a second by Ms. Steves. Mr. Gertis, will you please briefly touch on this?
Yeah, so the STEM school is, again, new for fiscal year '24. We did do their food about 2 or 3 years ago for a few years, and then they changed vendors, and now they have come back to a superior vendor back with the Faribault School District. So, again, this will be a vended meal contract. They do have their own kitchen staff over there, and they will take care of all of the serving and claiming and operationalizing of their food service program. We are simply supplying the food.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any discussion or questions on this item? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Brings us to 10C11. Consider approval of long-term facilities maintenance plan. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Boudreau. Mr. Gertis or Mr. Benty, would you like to walk us through this?
You want to pull up that one, and No, the other one, the one that says revenue.
I guess I need to lose weight.
Nope, not that one either.
I think it's your first one, right, or no?
They should be in order, I think. There you go. Now, can you blow that one up so the people
Like a lot?
can't help it if you have bad eyesight, Chad.
No, I have my computer. I'm more thinking of the people in the audience here and online, so, thank you.
Yeah, so again, and I apologize for this, trying to PDF this onto one page makes the numbers, to Chad's point, very small. But what we're looking at here is it's that time of year again, right? Do we have to finalize our LTFM 10-year plan? And so there's a couple components to this that I want to walk through with the board. The one that Ms. Kathy has up there right now is a spreadsheet that really is used to kind of calculate what our LTFM revenue is going to be for the next 10 years. So part of the LTFM revenue is obviously based on the age of your buildings. It is based on a formula allowance of $380, which you'll see there in row 17 or number 8. And then it's also based on a ratio of if your buildings are less than 35 years old in aggregate, you get a prorated amount. Now, our average age of our buildings is somewhere around 42 for this, or maybe it's 43. So we get the full amount, right? Which is why you see a 1.0 in that row there, right, where Ms. Kathy is pointing. So if you look at row number 10, row 19 in the spreadsheet, you'll see that our estimated revenue there is roughly $1.25 million per year for LTFM revenue. And again, that number changes every year. Obviously, our buildings get older every year, so we get a little bit more money. Very small amount more money, but we do get a little bit more money. All right, so if you slide down, and I'm not going to go into all the weeds of this formula, but if you slide down to the very bottom of this, there's a section right at the end, Excel rows 74 and 75, Kathy. You can get down that far. If you recall again from our levy conversation that we had last December, whenever it was, okay. Well, you're probably a little too far. Stop right there. So right in the middle of the page, the last two yellow bars, LTFM revenue is made up of state aid, and it is also made up of levy, property tax levy. And those two rows there, right where Kathy has her cursor, is the breakdown of state aid and levy. Now, during the legislative session, there was conversations about changing the formula, right? If you recall, you heard me talk about that last December. The formula equalization for aid to levy here did not change. And so you can see roughly for fiscal year 24, we'll have $281 in state aid, whereas we'll have $1,007,000 in that gets levied to the local taxpayers for LTFM. Any questions on the revenue side of the budget? Then if I have you flip over to the first one you had last time and blow that one up as best you can. We're going to move on to the expenditure side. I don't want to go into a lot of the details here because, again, there's a lot of numbers on here. But I do want you to keep in mind just a couple things as we talk about this. We have section 1. So we talked about health and safety, right? So health and safety about 5, 6, 7 years ago got rolled into the LTFM funding formula. And so the first section there, we have about 6 different finance codes that are over to your left. Those are all the different health and safety funding codes. And you can see as we roll across to the right that we have numbers in our base year, which is what our final budget represents, fiscal year 24, which is what our adopted budget is going to represent, and then 25 through 32 or 33, however far out it goes. The only thing I want to point out in there is if you look at Fin Code 366, which is the bottom line there, you see we don't have any dollars in indoor air quality. And the reason for that is because, a couple months ago, the board voted to sell bonds for health and safety deferred maintenance. And so all of those indoor air qualities are being done through those bonded funding types that we're going to get to here in a little bit. So just keep that in mind, that's why we had 0 in there. Obviously, we have indoor air quality needs in this district and always will. But we're going to finance those in a little bit of a different way. You slide down to category 2. Here's those indoor air quality health and safety deferred maintenance. And you can see all the projects that are listed there. You can see how they're broke down starting in fiscal year 24, 25, 26, wrapping up in fiscal year 27, which is June 30th of 2027. So that's in section 2. We slide down, we get into section 3A. We don't have any qualifying in 3A, but we do have a new section in 3B. And I just want to make the board aware of this, is that you can see here that this is still developing as we sit here and talk today. But in this last legislative session, the legislators acted to require us to put at least one gender-neutral restroom in each of our school buildings, and that we have to incorporate that plan to do that inside of our 10-year plan. So we have some dollars out there in fiscal year 25 to start that process once we get guidance from the Department of Education on really what's allowable, what's not allowable, what are our options, what aren't our options, what are the requirements, so on and so forth. And at this point in time, we don't have that clarity yet to share with the board.
Where does the money come from for that remodeling?
So that would come out of LTFM. So
there's not a special fund they created?
Correct. That is correct. So they did 2 things. They passed the requirement to do it, and they passed the law that allowed LTFM dollars to pay for it. Those are the 2 things that happened in different bills in the legislative session. If we slide down again at the end, you'll see kind of more of the building type, category 5, and again, another 7 or 8 or 9 fin codes that we have to work with to categorize all of the different types of construction that we do through LTFM. And you can see them listed there, and I'm not going to read them to you. We slide down to the bottom, and we get into Fund 1, which is a summary of revenue and expenses. So, nope, same sheet, right? Something copied wrong there, but slide down a little farther. I don't know, something happened with the PDF, I apologize for that. So the summary didn't get attached here, obviously, into what, So again, there's just a summary here attached between Fund 1, which really just summarizes all of the revenue and expenses into one document and then runs that out for 10 years. And that's broke down between Fund 1 and Fund 6, Fund 6 being the health and safety deferred maintenance bonds, and Fund 1 being everything else that we traditionally run through LTFM. So, any questions on the LTFM bonding, the package, any of the other documents that were attached in the agenda item? Mostly our formalities. Mr. Benty had to sign his life away, that we're going to follow this plan to the T. I'm sure he knew that when he signed the document. So.
Wonderful. Thank you. Board members, any other questions regarding?
Mr. Chair, is it possible to take out a line item for a separate vote or not?
That's a heck of a question. I would defer to Mr. Benty on this. So Mr. Olson, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Is it possible to take out of the 10-year LTFM projection, if you will, expense, a single line item to remove that out there?
Yeah, to a separate vote.
Mr. Benty, do you have any thoughts on that? I'm not aware of it ever being done in my time.
No, it hasn't been done.
Oh, okay.
I would just say that we won't be able to submit this to the Department of Revenue unless it's intact as is. Now, if you want to pull a line out, I don't know the logistics about that, but it will not pass the Department of Revenue, and we'll lose out on the $1.3 million in revenue if we don't submit it as is.
Yeah, and I don't know what we would be pulling out, so.
Mr. Bellingham, you have a thought or comment?
I have a point of order. We have a motion and a second to approve the long-term facilities maintenance plan. So,
As presented.
as
before us.
presented, yes.
I think what Mr. Olson is likely getting at is, can he make an amendment to this based on
Yeah, that's
pulling
probably
something
the
out, right?
amendment, but,
What I would
of course,
say.
I want it submitted, you know, of
Yeah,
course, but
Yep.
let it go, let it go.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Mr. Bellingham and a second by Ms. Boudreau. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. That brings us to item 10C12, consider approval of the fiscal year 2023 final budget. We're getting close, Mr. Gertis, to being
Oh,
done with
no,
these
we're just
numbers.
getting started. So before we go any further, I'm going to ask Mr. Brett to come join me at the table.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Mr. Bellingham. Thank you. Come on forward. And I'll entertain a motion in a second, and then we'll get to the presentation part. So thank you, Mr. Bellingham. I'll entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. We have a motion from Mr. Olson, a second by Ms. Steves. Okay, now we will get to the presentation part. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for doing that. I'm going to attempt to do some of this presentation from the screen. And so I'll start with, if the guys in the back can make this work without causing a lot of noise. So first of all, before we get started, I do want to introduce Brett Martindale. I know some of you have seen him on the Finance Committee, but some of you have not. So Brett has been with the district for a little over 10 years now?
Just under.
Just under 10 years. In accounts payable, and lately, and still actually currently, is doing a lot of work in payroll, and was hired on to be our controller. He's been on that job, I would say part-time, in training the new payroll person for just over a month. So I asked him to come and be introduced, right, because he was integral in doing a large part of the budget with the payroll. And we'll talk about that as I get into that. So if we can get, there we go. All right. So I am going to talk from the screen to present most of these budgets. And the reason I think that's, he told me it would work. Nope, that's the one that went right there. So he's setting this up. The reason I'm going to do this from the screen is not to bug Mr. Robichaud or Mr. Olson. But we do have a couple new board members in the room. And there's a lot of numbers in this document. So I'm going to try and point things out instead of sitting at that table and trying to point from 20 feet away. And so if you guys have any questions throughout this, did I do that or did you do that? Okay. So if we can go down one more page. All right, we'll stop right here for a little bit. So I'm going to appreciate NASCO for driving for me. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the final budget here. And as we talk about the final budget for 23, remember, we're talking about really things that have changed in the budget since the revised budget was approved in January of this year. Okay? So from a budget standpoint, there's not a lot that has actually changed in the last 4 or 5 months, right, from a budgetary standpoint. What we're trying to do here in this budget is true up some of the revenue, true up some of the expenses, true up our ADM, which obviously drives all the revenue and categorical revenue. And so what we have here at the top really are one, ESSER fund, small dollar amount, some ESSER money that we added to the budget that we're going to spend off. This particular ESSER money needs to be spent by the end of September. And then the offsetting expenses down here below, right? You see those two match. You heard me talk about the 7 ADM. Again, just use the roughly $8,000. We all know that it's not exactly $8,000, but that's the number that we kind of use. And again, that moves that ADM number down to 3,223, and that's what we'll kind of base the final budget on for this year. We talked here about some of the snow plowing and utility expenses. We added some money in there. And then what that does at the end of the day is brings our unassigned fund balance down to $6.255 million, or 10.76%. Again, I mentioned the fund balance code 422. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about unassigned fund balance 422. Again, keep that in mind. Mr. Benty, that's what we've drilled into him. He's got that memorized by now. So, okay. Again, we talked a little bit about food service. You heard me just go through 5 different contracts. We are obviously a preferred vendor, at least in Faribault, for serving food to not only our kids, but all the other kids across all the other school systems. We are serving SSO, which is the seamless summer option. This summer, again, that's a food meal pattern that we are serving to our kids for summer STEAM and some of the other programs that we have going on throughout the summer. And then what you will hear me say in the adopted budget is that we will be moving to the CEP program starting in September for the start of the fiscal year 24. Not a lot happened. I don't want to put Zach down, but not financially, not a lot happened in the community education realm since January. A couple grants there that I don't think we had in the budget that we put in here. Again, our HCI grants that almost fully funded our Little Falcons program across the district. If we want to talk a little bit about our building construction fund, Fund 6. So what we're trying to do in Fund 6 is really kind of clean up and use all the money from the Early Childhood Edition, which is our 2020 COP, 2020 ACOP, and use up those dollars on the chiller and boiler project that are going on at Roosevelt. And as many of you have noticed, we have the new Jefferson Neighborhood Playground project that was fully funded, and with the extra money, you can see right across the street here that we have a nice brand new parking lot over at the middle school with the balance of those funds that is now almost completed with the exception of the striping that needs to be done. Our debt service internal service fund, you can kind of see there. NASCO, if you could flip up please for me. And at the top of the screen, we have our irrevocable trust fund. And that fund was set up years ago to cover all of our retiree health insurance payments, as well as our implicit rate dollars that we can charge back to that fund. Next page, please. So what you see here, again, is a graph of kind of back from fiscal year 15 and forward of our ADM, right? Not only our ADM for the historical, back about 10 years, but it also looks at our projected ADM. And you can kind of see on here that we kind of level off, right, as we go on over time. But you can see the 3,223 ADM that we hope to finish with, or maybe even a little bit better, fiscal year 23. Now, I do want to mention here, I'm going to mention again when we talk about the 24, is that these numbers do not represent any changes for Surratt Academy. These are the numbers that the board approved back in February of 2023 and are used for the adopted budget. Any changes for Surratt will fall under our revised budget, and we'll talk more about that when we get farther down the road. But I did want to point that out for the finance committee that are here. I was not very clear on that this morning. I want to be crystal clear on that fact. Next page, please. So again, for reference only, this was the adopted budget that the board approved back in this time last year, right, in 2022. Again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but you can see there that we started out last year with about $800,000 projected to be in the hole, okay? Our revised budget raised that up a little bit thanks to some work that Casey did in the IT department and some of our PSEO contracts and some things that added to the budget. But that's where we started out last year. 2 pages, NASCO. Okay, so here we are. So, Mr. Olson, to your point that you asked me earlier, this graph kind of summarizes everything, right? And again, we have this number right up here, right? 422. Remember that. So, again, if you look over there, there's that 6.255. Mr. Robichaud, can you slide back so I don't step on you? Thank you. $6.255 million, 10.776 fund balance, and again, a net loss, expenses over revenue, $357,000. Okay, projected. When we move down into all these categorical aids or restricted money, and when I say restricted money, I'm talking about buckets of money that have an intended purpose, right? I'm not going to go through all of these. You guys are very able to read those for yourself. But that's kind of how those shape up as well. We talk about food service. You heard me mention all the things that we're spending. They're still trying to get spent here yet before next Friday. I'm guessing we'll make a little bit of money next year, but hopefully it won't be that much, okay? And I know that's sad to say, but that's kind of the reality of things. Okay, so that's in fund 2. If you could slide up 1, NASCO. Thank you. So then we talk about community ed. And so community ed had is projected to have some negative numbers here. A lot of those were kind of planned with our school readiness program. We'll talk more about that in the adopted budget. And a couple other things that are going on in community ed. So there's a little bit of a loss in that program. Again, we talked about construction. So you heard me say, hey, we're going to try and spend all that money up, right? So our fund balance at the end of the year in that fund will be 0. And I think we're on our way to doing that with the Roosevelt project. Our debt service. So like I shared this morning at the Finance Committee meeting, our debt service account, whenever we have bonded debt, we have to have a debt service account to pay for it. So whatever number we have to pay is roughly what the fund balance and what those numbers look like year in and year out. Our internal service fund, we talked about that a little bit ago. That's our Blue Cross Blue Shield. Again, projecting a increase of our fund balance of about $430,000 and growing that fund balance year to date after 3 years to almost $800,000. And again, our irrevocable trust, based on the market the way it is, will lose money again this year. Next page, NASCO. Thank you. So again, in summary here, this is a good chart that shows kind of all of our governmental funds, right? So you can see all of the different revenue streams by type, by fund here at the top, right? So it gives you a standpoint of where does the money come from and in what buckets of money does it get used. And then again, down here, these are all of our expenses by fund based on program code. Okay, so programs that are listed here, administration, the big one here, right? Regular education, vocational education, special ed, community education services there for 500 series program codes for community ed. Instructional support, our nurses and our social workers and our counselors and all those fall into there. Pupil support services, sites and buildings, and then other program costs, which are typically our debt payments that fall into those. Next page. Again, just another way, I'm going to skip, again, for the sake of time, kind of skip through some of these things. But this one is a good snapshot of object codes. So for all the administrators in the room, this is how we break down in the accounting world what's what. So salary and wages are 100 series object codes. And you can see what those are by fund. Benefits, 200 series object codes by fund. Purchase services, 300, 400, 500, 700, and all others fall into the other expenditures down there. You can kind of see how our expenses break out by fund. Next page. And then we have comparative numbers here. And I'm just going to point this out one time. But again, we're looking at 21 actual, 22 actual, 23 final numbers budgeted. Okay? So that's how we break down comparative numbers for you again, by revenue stream, by program code, by year. Okay? So I'm going to pause, catch my breath. Does anybody have any questions so far? We're about halfway through this one.
Can you start over? I missed something.
I'd love to start over. I could stay here all night and talk about numbers, as long as everybody in this room stays with me, all right?
We're dialed in there, Mr. Curtis.
Okay, I don't know where it went. It kind of died. All right, so let's skip next page. All right, so we have pictures, all right? Maybe that's a little easier for some people, right? We have pictures. Okay, so
Some more kids.
so what these graphs show, right, is that all of our revenue for 21, 22, again, in 23, by revenue source, okay? So we look at fiscal year 21, where we weren't using a lot of extra money yet. So our federal, the purple piece of the pie, right, it's at 13%, 74% state, okay? Now you come down here to fiscal year 22, right, where we spent a lot of extra money in fiscal year 22, right? And the purple piece of the pie was 17%, and our state portion now is down to 68%. Okay? Now you come down here to where we're at now, we have a little less, okay? Our state piece is coming back up a little bit, and our federal is coming back down because we're spending less ESSER money in 23 than we did in 22. Next page. We'll skip this one, next page. So again, looking at expenditures. So I shared this with the Finance Committee this morning, that from an expenditure standpoint, we're kind of a boring district, right? We don't have a lot of changes in our expenditures by object code or object series, right? 76% salary and benefits, 79%, 79%, 14%, pretty much looks the same year over year, right? And I'll give you a hint, 24 isn't gonna look any different, okay? But because we manage our resources well here, these charts never really change. I put them all here on one page just to point that out. Next page, Nasco. Okay, again, expenditures by fund. Okay, just a different way to dice up the same expenditures, but we do expenditures by fund. All right, general fund, food service fund, community education, so on. We talk about 82% general fund, 82% general fund. Again, 82% general fund. Nothing really changes here, right? Our expenses don't change over time. All right, next page. So you've heard me talk about food service, so I'm not going to dwell on that one any longer. Next page. We've talked about community ed. I'm not going to dwell on that one any longer unless somebody has some questions here at the board. Again, we talked about our construction fund, Fund 6, again, negative fund balance. We hope to spend and wipe out our existing fund balance that we had at the end of last year and make that ready for the bond sales that will happen in 2024. Next page. Again, debt service. I'm not going to beat that one to death. Next page, Nasco. Our internal service fund, again, ending fund balance, hopefully right under that $800,000 mark after 3 years of being self-insured for Blue Cross Blue Shield. So good progress there. And again, we're not going to talk about the irrevocable trust fund anymore. We do want to stop here on this last page and talk about a little bit about summary data. Okay, what this last page shows for everybody here is kind of where we ended up in 2019 in terms of the ending unassigned fund balance. Fund balance number what?
422.
Mr. Benty, 422. Okay? And again, general fund expenditures, the reason there's an asterisk there, right, is because that's tied back to our fund balance policy, 709 or 724. 714, thank you. I can't even read it, and I'm standing right in front of it. 714, the way we calculate fund balance in this district is a little bit different. We take total expenses, we subtract off LTFM expenses, we subtract off student account expenses, and we have a ratio, right? And that ratio has moved between 11.83, 11.28, 12.91, 11.33, and 10.76 budgeted. Okay? Now, for those of you that have been around a while, we usually do a little bit better than the 10.76%, right? But it should be pretty close. And then we look at kind of what that looks like pictorially, right? We have our auditors who are typical conservative auditors. They say, hey, you should have at least 15% in case everything goes south. They're probably not wrong, right? We see our purple. This is actually has happened or we project to happen. And then again, we have our 9.5% board policy that stands in place today that we can't dip below. So, that being said, I believe that's the end of this PDF. Any final questions on this document? Or to Mr. Wolf's point, I'll start over. We can do it backward if you want.
Ms. Moore, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Gertis. Okay, I just wanted, the adopted budget was, when did we adopt the budget? What date was that? That was last?
That would have been this board meeting last year.
Last year.
The exact date,
Well, it would be, right, okay.
26th, 25th,
Okay.
27th.
All right.
It would have been, it was the last Monday of the month, not, right.
Okay. Forgive me for this, and this may be a stupid question, but I looked at the adopted budget, and I looked at the final budget, and on page 7, and I know you talked about the food service, but the 464 restricted was 801,000, well, let's say 802,000 for the adopted. And in the final, it was 1,600, so it was almost twice. So you maybe covered this, but I might have missed it, so.
Which page are you?
On page 7, for both of them. So I'm comparing the adopted budget with the final budget.
Okay, so let's go back up,
If you would,
NASCO.
please. Thank you.
So let's go to
Page 7.
up, 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 up. Keep going. We're getting close. Couple more. One more.
Yeah,
All
there
right.
we go.
So here's the adopted budget.
Right.
Fund 2. We started here
Yeah.
with $801,000. Now, I believe this is your question. So as of June
Yes,
of last year,
it was,
this was what we thought was going to be the fund balance.
okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the final, right, because at the end of June, we haven't closed the books.
Right, right.
We have no idea. We have best guess, right? So what specifically happened in food service, right? So now if you slide down a couple pages, what Mrs. Moore, I believe, is asking, is now that 801,000 went doubled, right? Okay? So specifically what happened there was two things. One, the year prior, fiscal year 22, we didn't bill some of the food service claims during COVID within the 60-day window that we had. And so back then, we were serving meals, out of anywhere, right? Anybody could come in, right? So we were doing the 7-day meal package, whatever. They missed 2 months worth, roughly $700,000, maybe a little bit less than that. We filed an appeal. Those appeals took 6, 8 months, whatever. When we booked the final numbers in 22, we booked it like we weren't going to get it, right? We missed it, we screwed up, whatever it is. They gave us the money at the end of June of last year for the year prior. So now that gets booked as revenue, and that's why that's the actual dollar amount for fiscal
Thank you.
year 22. And that was our starting jumping off point, which also pushed us way over the fund balance limit that you've heard me mention a couple times already today. Right? Any other questions? I'm getting this from the back of the room. All right. If there's no other questions, I'll be done with this one.
All right. I am not hearing any other questions. We do have a
Everyone wants
motion
me
and
to
a
shut up.
second that was made a half an hour ago. So with that, all those in favor of approving the fiscal year 2023 final budget, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Gertis, I do want to, in all sincerity, and I know we got one more to go, I want to thank you, though, for your thoroughness in your explanations, because we've all said it, you've said it, Superintendent Benty said it, school finance is extremely complex, and the learning curve is steep. So I want to just, before I forget to thank you for what you're doing here. So
Thank you,
this
Chad.
now brings us to item 10C13, consider approval of fiscal year 24 adopted budget and 5-year projections. I will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau and a second by Mr. Bellingham. And with that said, Mr. Gertis, will you please walk us through this?
All right. So this is adopted budget fiscal year 24. All right. We'll stop right there for a little bit, Nasco. Thank you. All right. So I promise to go through this as fast as I can, but a lot of things have changed in school finance for fiscal year 24. You're all well aware of all the things that came through the legislative session. So I'm going to try and go quick, but please stop me if I go too fast for any of you. All right. So I'm going to go through each one of these one by one because all of these are very important. Okay. The first one for the budget for fiscal year 24. Mr. Olson asked me this a couple months ago or whatever, how much money, ESSER money is left, right, in the budget for 24. We currently have $2.308 million that is in the budget for 24. When that money's gone, it's gone. All done. To put it in perspective, this year we have about 3.8 ESSER money. Difference there of just south of $1.5 million. Okay? All right? As you're all well aware, the board gave us 4% on the formula. Okay? That number for the district was about $916,000. When you adjust for the loss of students, and again, I am not talking about SURAD, I am talking about the national natural decline in student enrollment, we'll pick up the $496,000 listed there on the page, right? All things being equal.
Mr. Gertis, I think you said the board approved that. You mean the state approved that? 4% on the
Yes.
funding formula. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chad. The state. If I say the board, just forget what I said. Just go with what Chad said. Compensatory revenue. So we talk about basic skills, and basic skills is made up of compensatory revenue and EL funding. So the next 3 lines here relate to basic skills funding. This year, fiscal year 23, we're going to be about $5.75 million. We have an increase on that $5.75 million just in compensatory funding of $2.3 million. Now, what's driving that number, for those of you that are new, is free and reduced lunch applications. Okay? What happened, now again, this compensatory revenue is for the free and reduced lunch applications that we filled out last fall. There is a lag, right? So what we did last fall, August, September, October, November, everything done by the first part of December, netted us $2.3 million extra. Now, the state gave us a little bump on that too. So we earned about $2 million. They gave us about another $300,000 on compensatory revenue. Now, the one thing I do want to share in this boardroom, because it might affect compensatory funding in the future, is one of the things that the state entered into a pilot program is to drive free and reduced lunch applications based off of state Medicaid data. that state Medicaid data auto-approved or direct certified, the official term, lots of kids in this district. And over COVID, families did not have to re-up their Medicaid status every year because that was waived. Now, for those of you that watch the news, that started up again on June 1st for a July 1st state year. So those numbers could change based on Medicaid eligibility in our school district. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm simply saying that in a public meeting right now, is that this number could change. Now, it's not going to change for fiscal year 24. It's not going to change for fiscal year 25 because state grandfathered in this number for 25 as well. But going forward, all bets are off. Okay? We talk about EL funding. So, Mr. Benty, when we were touting, we're going to get some EL funding, we were hoping for 25% on the cross subsidy. They did better than that. They gave us an increase on the EL funding base from $704 per EL student to $1,228 per EL student. Again, $468,000 to the good. They also gave us an increase on the EL funding concentration. Okay, separate funding formula that went from $300 per pupil unit to $436, I believe. So again, another $166,000 for our EL programs. You've all heard about SPED cross subsidy, right? Made the news all over, right? We used to get 6.43%. Now next year we're going to get 44% of the cross subsidy. That $2.3 million is an estimate, okay, based on current data. But again, special ed funding is usually 2 years behind. So that number could be higher. It won't be lower. But we're going in conservative at the 2.3. Last board meeting, you heard Mr. Daynert, who's not here, so I can't pick on him, talk about his special ed shift of moving staff out of the federal funding formula to the state funding formula to grow our special ed revenue as well as our increase in the cross subsidy. That should give us roughly about $480,000 in revenue. Keep in mind, there's more than that in expenses on the other side of the budget we'll talk about in a little bit. Okay? Couple new areas that we're going to talk about here. Increase in a new mental health aid category, right? Faribault will get roughly $40,000 in that area, right, to be used towards mental health programming or additional programming. We have an increase of $54,000 for a new library aid, okay? And for the record, this will be a new categorical aid when the state gets around to putting codes in place for it. I'll show you that on the next page. And the last thing here that I want to talk about is we got $2 more per adjusted pupil unit for operating capital. That is to pay for the feminine products in all 4th grade bathrooms and higher, as well as the, help me out, Mr. Benty, you had to bail me out this morning, I'm going to have to bail me out again. The drug thing in the schools.
Naproxen.
Thank you. That we now have to have in schools. They gave us $7,200, $81 to pay for all of those different things. So, of course, it won't cover that, but whatever. And then again, our assumptions based on 3,190 kids as approved by the board in the enrollment projections. Okay? Next page. Yeah, let's go. So, again here, ADM assumptions, the 3190, 3144, 3081, 3057, and 3046. Very similar to what you saw on the last screen. Do want to point out again, one last time, these numbers do not include any adjustments for Surratt Academy. Those will be down the road, maybe in a revised budget coming, I don't know, over Halloween or something, okay? The reason we put these all out here, you might wonder why do we care about what happens down here? A lot of our funding formulas are based off of this data right in here. So the state looks out 3-4 years for some of our funding formulas. That's why we have to have these all in place.
Mr. Gertis, is there a reason why these assumptions, or at least the 23-24 assumption, does not include, what we've spoken about for Surratt Academy?
Good common practice that we tie these numbers to what the board approved for enrollment projections back in March.
Okay, thank you.
So that's kind of what we're doing here, which is why we'll leave it up into a revised budget. That if anybody wants to ever backtrack why we're doing what, there's the documentation behind it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Scott, one
Yep.
slide back is that with additional money we're getting, are you considering,
Back the other way, NASCO, if you could, two up the other direction. One more back. Nope, the other back. There. Hold. Okay.
with the money we're getting, additional money, are you considering raising the fund balance percentage from 9.5 to something else or not?
No.
Why?
Hold that question, and I'll explain it to you here at the very end. Okay? But that's a great question, Mr. Olson. If you could just hold that, I will get there, I promise. All right, let's stop right there, NASCO. Thank you. So again, now we're going to move to the expense assumptions. Okay? So we look at what is in the budget for expenses. So the board had approved budget reductions of $902,000, right? Board did that back in March or April. We had some budget enhancements, right, to the program. The two deans and a couple other staff that we moved in there for $485,000. Bringing back FOA, okay? The net of that was about $208,000 with all the changes we made to Faribault Online. We always put this line in here. We obviously always see inflationary costs in some of our purchase of service contracts. It's just inevitable, right? So we estimate those out. That number is 82,234. Building utility increases, again, because we can never seem to get ahead of that number, we put more money into utility increases, right? Just south of $100,000. Increase in salary and benefits. So when we look at this number, this includes three things. It includes all of our contracts that have settled. It includes all of our estimates for all the contracts that have not settled or have not even started yet. And it also includes the increase that I lumped in here for the special ed staff that Mr. Dainhart and that the board approved here a month ago or so. So that's $2.2 million. Estimated transportation increases. Again, that's all categories, regular ed, special ed, activities, anything else, about $425,000. And there'll be more on that in July when we bring back the transportation proposals to the board for approval. You can see here, unemployment insurance benefit, I have it as 0. Hold that thought, I'm going to explain that in a little bit, but right now, there's no money in here for unemployment benefits. And again, here's the expense side of the ESSER money. Okay? $2.3 million, which equals the revenue side that I had before. Next page, NASCO. Okay? So again, if we look at all of this, this is the adopted budget, fiscal year 24. Okay? Again, fund balance number here that we want to talk about, all the way up to $7.887 million or 12.87%. Kind of fuzzy. So, to your point, Mr. Olson, yeah, it would make sense to maybe move the budget, but just hold on, right? Because this is a one-year snapshot, right? We look at categorical aid. I'm not going to, again, go through all of those. Not a lot of that changes year over year. And we look down here at the totals, right? At the bottom. Okay? Any questions on that? Okay? This number in the last year was about 60 million, just south of 60 million. Now we're at $64 million. Big increase in revenue. Keep in mind, that number was also about 60 million, so there's a big increase in expenses as well. Okay? Next page. So, talk about new expenses. Okay? We've talked about revenue, we've talked about what we're going to get, but I want to point out some of the things that we also have to spend, whether we start next year with those expenses or subsequent years. Okay, we talked about unemployment. I just mentioned we don't have anything in our budget for unemployment. For those of you that weren't aware, the state legislature also approved allowing hourly staff to file for unemployment. And they did that by removing the clause that says if you have a job that you're expected to return to, you can't claim unemployment. They took that clause out to say, now it doesn't matter. Okay? So, all of our hourly staff who do not work a 260-day contract are now eligible to file for unemployment. Okay? What they did take out at the very end was any contracted staff. So food service, Sodexo, Faribault Transportation, we don't need to worry about those. The original law said we did have to worry about those. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't file for unemployment and that we're not going to see increases from Sodexo because Sodexo is going to be paying unemployment or Faribault Transportation is going to be unemployment. We might see those increases in the future, but they're not going to hit us directly. Sorry. So our new number, approximate cost, $610,000 for our hourly staff. Now the good news is the state also approved a bucket of money, $135 million, to pay for all these schools who have all these expenses, right? That bucket of money right now is said to last for 4 years, even though really nobody has any idea. I've heard anywhere from $30 million a year to $180 million a year. Who knows what the answer is? But I'm sure it's not going to last for 4 years. As I walked into this board meeting, I had a note, I think it's on somewhere on my paper, that said, as of today, we had 52 people who have filed for unemployment, Faribault schools, as of today. We get about 10 a day. We have roughly 150 who are eligible. We'll see where it all ends up. Okay? But again, no cost in our current budget for unemployment with the hopes that that bucket of money will cover us. But we won't know until November of 2024 when everybody has to submit their data. Starting in 7/1 of 25, fiscal year 26, we have to pay an extra 0.75% into TRA. That was a law that was passed to try and reduce the retirement age to teachers down to age 65 by pushing that back onto school districts. Estimated cost, and again, inflated this out for a couple of years since 26 is a few years out, $192,000. Paid FMLA, or Family Medical and Leave Act, or leave, whatever they want to call it. Again, starts January 1st of 26. 0.7% is going to go into this bucket. That is split like Social Security. Half of it's going to come out of the employee check, and the half of that is going to come out of the school district coffers. Estimated cost there about $135,000. We talked about the last two ones, so I'm going to skip those already with the gender neutral bathrooms and the feminine products. Okay, so again, we talk about food service. Again, looking at a little bit bigger increase in fiscal year 24, mostly due to all the meals we're going to be serving to all these different schools. We're talking about community ed for a little bit, right? We talked about them having kind of Zach, don't take this the wrong way, but a rough year in fiscal year 23. Some of what we had to do in school readiness was increase our contribution out of the general fund to maintain our school readiness program and add that one staff that the board approved back during our goals. That was about a $250,000 bill that we had to take out of the general fund to support school readiness, fund balance 444. Okay? And that kind of keeps that one kind of pretty much neutral there. The early childhood, we're going to use up some of their fund balance there to do a more ECFE programming to the house. And again, that's going to chew up some of that fund balance there as well in fund balance 432. Next page. Just real quick on Fund 6, that's roughly the amount of the bonds that we're going to issue, $10,777,000, with roughly $565,000 being spent in fiscal year 24, which is, again, June 30th of 24. And Funds 7, 20, and 45 are what they are, right? I'm not going to waste time talking about that. Okay, so one more page. We're talking again about governmental accounts. Again, I'm not going to talk a lot about this. Again, here's that $10 million in other sources. Bond sales do not fall into categorical revenue. They fall down here in other sources. Next page. Again, we have pictures, okay? Again, this is the revenue side. So remember the picture for 23, fiscal year 23, 14% in federal, 69% in state. Now we go over here to 24, 10% in federal, 74% in state. Two reasons. More state money, all those categorical aids I just talked about, that's all state dollars. And again, $1.5 million less in ESSER funds, which is federal. Okay, next page. Again, not going to talk a lot about here, the expense side. We'll get to the pie charts again. One more page. NASCO again. Pie charts kind of look the same, don't they? Nothing changed, right, from the expense side of things, right? This is the pictures by fund. Again, 84%, 84%. Everything else in there is pretty much, again, the same. Next page. Again, this is another way of showing this with a 3-year view on a graph, green being 24, red being 23, blue being 22. Again, those charts pretty much end at the same spot in every category. Next page. So again, by object code, splitting again, same expenses a little bit differently, pretty much the same results. All right. Food service fund, we talked about that. Just keep this in the back of your mind that, you know, again, we're going to keep growing things. Anybody has any good ideas of how they want to spend food service funds, I'm open to that, with the exception of Zach, who has way too many ideas. Okay, sorry, Zach, to pick on you. Okay, again, we're looking at community ed, again, a 3-year comparison. And again, I'm not going to talk a lot about that. Okay. Building and construction funds, again, we diced that up, other uses of financing, the 10.7%, what we expect to spend, a little bit of interest, and a net fund balance, which will have a positive fund balance in Fund 6 until all of those dollars are spent 3-4 years later, until that all comes back to zero. Okay? All right. Again, looking at debt service fund, not a lot there, right? We levy for our debt payments. We are allowed to levy 5% in case we have other miscellaneous expenses. If we go over that, the state recoups that back through an adjustment and everything stays pretty much the same. Okay? Next. Again, our internal fund, we're looking to break the $800,000 mark and get to that $840,000 mark. Again, very conservative. We are using actuarial numbers to budget for 24. And we have beat those actuarial numbers in each of the last 3 years. So hopefully we'll do the same, but you know, that's anybody's guess. Next page. And again, we're talking about our irrevocable trust. Budgeting pretty modestly again with $190,000 in revenue based on markets that probably aren't going to do anything great in the near term, right? Okay, next page. So talk a little bit about, again, this is the same kind of diagram, just broke up a little bit differently. Again, we look at all the numbers here. Here's that 10.76%. Here's the 12.87. Again, a big increase. But hold your thoughts until we look at the forecast. And then, again, the chart, which is the same chart, just different numbers. Okay. So we'll stop right there. Any questions on fiscal year 24, adopted budget?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay. NASCO, if you could put the last, sorry, Chad, the last, that single document up on the screen, please. Or Kathy, maybe you can do that. And Chad, make sure you call for approval. I'm sorry, I'm talking to you.
Of that? Or we're going to ask for approval of this?
Nope, approval of the adopted budget, and then we'll go to that.
Okay, this is separate.
That is separate.
Sorry, it looks like this is included in the action item.
It is, because I didn't know where else to put it.
Okay.
If you want to talk about that now, we
Let's
put the
talk
whole
about
thing
it
on.
now. Yeah, we'll
Okay.
talk about it now, yeah.
So can somebody put that up on the screen, please? So it would be that one right there, Kathy. Right, yep. And if you could blow it up very big. So, Mr. Olson, I'm going to get to your question now, okay? Finally, after I told you I would.
Day and a half, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
All right. At least I didn't forget. So what we're looking at here is a 5-year forecast. And this is an executive summary that I'm going to walk through with all of you. This is a pretty nice report that gets a lot of data elements in one spot for the board to look at. If you look at the top, you can see our 9.5% goal. That hasn't changed as of this point. The next line, pupil unit value. So we start with 23. We add the 4% for 24. We add the 2% statutorily approved in 25. And I have budgeted 2% in 26 and 27 and 28. Now, for reference, the board has tied this to the inflation with a floor of 2% and a cap of 3%. I'm in conservative with 2%, assuming inflation will actually come back down into reasonable territory. So, does everybody know what I mean when I say floor and ceiling? Everybody? So if inflation is 1.7%, we automatically get 2. If inflation is 3.5%, we're only getting 3. Okay? This number here gives us a dollar value based on every 1% on the funding formula. Right? We get, and that's based on, again, our makeup of our students, right? Based on the weighted average of our kids in the respective grades. We look here at revenues. You can see my pie chart here. We go from 41 million in 23 to 46 million in 24, state revenue. Federal revenue, we're going from almost 8 million in 23 down to 6.3. There's your $1.5 million I said that we're losing. Okay? Federal, other stays the same. Property tax floats up and down. Based on this projection, we might have a decrease in general fund property tax revenue for just the general fund. Again, percentage changes. We look down at salaries, okay? 33 million estimated in 23, 35 in 24. Benefits, you can see numbers there, and all other categories lumped into the all other, which again stays pretty flat. We try and keep our fixed costs pretty flat. And then you have your total. Okay? Spending variance. Again, revenue over expenses means we have a black number. Expenses over revenue means we have a red number with brackets around it. Okay? I said our fund balance is going to go up big in 24. Now, Mr. Olson, to your question, look what it does in 25, 26, 27, and 28. That's why we don't want to raise the fund balance percentage, because this is a one-year bump in 24.
And Mr. Gerdes, just to ask you real quick, that spending variance, the red numbers that you just mentioned, large numbers, that's assuming that there's no budget reallocations in those years at where we sit today, right? I mean, it's kind of holding everything constant with with number of staff and all that stuff?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's assuming we do nothing, Chad, if that's what
Yes,
you're asking me.
yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
It assumes revenue up here, okay? It doesn't assume any new revenue for special ed. They're giving us 44% for 24, 25, and 26, and 27, that goes to 50%. So there's a little bit more revenue in the revenue line for state in fiscal year 27. EL revenue, you heard me mention earlier, both the base formula and the concentration held flat for 24, 25, 26. They give us a little bit more in 27. That's reflected in the 27 number. Okay? Now you're going to look at me and say, well, we made $2.7 million here. Okay? How do we lose $2 million in the following year? Anybody know the answer to that question?
Looks like federal funding drops dramatically.
And why is that, Mr. Wolf?
I'm waiting for you to tell us.
Okay.
Is it the ESSER funds?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Olson got it. Nice job.
Nice job, Mr. Olson.
We lose $2.308 million in ESSER funds that are gone in 25. We don't get it. Expenses are there, revenue's gone.
I thought we were under assumption with the ESSER money is done, we let go of the staff that we hired.
That is going to have to be a board decision, right? That takes board action to do that. And so more to come on that. I don't want to, get into all the nitty gritties. I'm just simply, everybody's tired of listening to me talk. So, but you can see here, if we move down a little bit, right? We look at this gray bar, okay? And this gray bar kind of tells the story, right? Put it in the summary, here's roughly where we're going to end up this year, right? Here's roughly where we're going to project it to end up in 24, everything being perfect. Here's our fund balance of 4.62 in the end of 25. That is a drop of $3.2 million. Okay? Three things that caused that drop. We mentioned one of them, the $2.308 million that we lose in ESSER funding. That's the big one. Second one is what? Kathy got it, declining enrollment, right? So we lose money based on the number of kids. And again, for the third time, none of this includes anything with Sherrod. And the last thing is, if you pencil 3% on salaries, but you take in 2%, math doesn't work, does it? You put those three things together and you end up with a huge fund balance drop to the point where you're below your 9.5% now. And if you raise that number up, you're going to be farther out of whack. There's the answer to your question, Mr. Olson.
But last year, 16% fund balance. Well, the state's going to come in long before that.
So again, the rest of this are just kind of numbers that you can look at your convenience. I'm not going to talk about anything farther out than that because that's a lot of speculation. Don't want to end this meeting on doom and gloom, but I think I did. I apologize for that. The one other thing that I would say, and just keep this in mind, that any expenses cut in 25 also affect 26, 27, 28, and 29. So that's a rolling number, okay? So when you get out here and you say, oh, hey, here's our fund balance at 11 million in the hole, that compounds pretty quickly, right, when you start making cuts over time. So just keep that in the back of your heads too, okay? Any questions on this document?
Mr. Chairman, I have one question. Are the other schools in our vicinity seeing the same challenges?
So what day was it? Last Thursday, we sat in Owatonna, and I sat with my counterparts in the Big Nine, and everybody has a mess like this with the exception of Rochester because they cut $14 million out of their budget to try and get out in front of this. Otherwise, everybody's in the same boat. We got all this state money. It offsets all the federal money that is going away. Now, that's not dollar for dollar, right? We've got some unique things that aren't, but that's a big piece of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Gertis? So, Mr. Gertis, I just want to reiterate, all we are approving here is the fiscal year 24 adopted budget, and this 5-year projection was information only.
That is correct.
Okay. I think we actually had a motion to approve both and a second to approve both. So I would kindly ask that we rescind those and then we just make a motion simply to approve the fiscal year 24 adopted budget. Does that make sense? Is that fair to say? Because then we would be leaving the 5-year projection off of any approval item.
Did I make the motion?
You made the motion and Mr. Bellingham seconded.
Mr. Chair, I would move to rescind the motion regarding this topic that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, we should withdraw the motion.
We should withdraw? Okay.
Rescind because,
Withdraw.
Okay, thank you. So we have to have a full vote on that?
no,
No.
being
That's
it's
it.
still at the board level,
Okay,
and the person who made the motion wishes now to withdraw. It's null
Okay.
and void, and now you can move
thank
on.
you, thank you. So now I will entertain a motion. I appreciate that, Mr. Bellingham. I'll entertain a motion to consider approval of the fiscal year 24 adopted budget as presented by Mr. Gertis.
I'm so moved, Mr. Chair.
I'll second again.
Thank you. I feel like we've been here. We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau, a second by Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion on the fiscal year 24 adopted budget as presented? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Gertis, I do believe that will go down as the longest
Did you want to do that again?
finance agenda.
I was just going to say, I could do it again.
Longest finance agenda that we've had. But thank you. Well done,
Thank you.
as Mr. Robichaud said. And once again, thank you for all the clarity.
I was hoping to get till 10 o'clock, just for the record. So that's what I told Brett, we'd be here till 10.
All right, this brings us to, we're zipping along now, folks. This brings us to item number 11, the policy committee. There was no report. So this brings us to item 11A, consider approval of the following policies. Historically, we would try to take these both as one action item, one motion, if you will. Would we like to do that now, or is there anybody that wants to pull these apart and vote on them separately? Okay, I'm not hearing that anybody wants to pull them apart. So I will entertain a motion to approve policy 410, family medical leave policy, and policy 516, the student medication policy.
I so move.
We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau. I think that was a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Thank you.
Ms. Moore.
I'd just like to, before voting on school board policies 410 and 516, I'd just like to comment on school board policies in general. And for instance, policy 516, and I've got these here, has referenced a total of 12 state statutes, which are laws, and 1 U.S. code. References to the MSBA, which is Minnesota School Board Association, and MASA, which is Minnesota Association of School Administrators, which are both entities unelected by Minnesota voters. Policy 410 has referenced 1 state statute plus 3 U.S. codes with 1 MSBA reference. If I am counting this right, I believe we have over 300 and plus. Is that correct, Mr. Bellingham?
Something like that.
Faribault school board policies. And from what I'm seeing, most, if not all of our school board policies are mandated by Minnesota state statutes, and most reference the MSBA. I guess I have 2 rhetorical questions, and so rhetorical, so I don't expect an answer. Are we truly an independent school district, or have we become a government-run school mandated by the state and other organizations? And so just because I'm having a problem with this, and so I will be voting no to show my stance on this. So,
Okay,
and I'm assuming that they're going to pass, but,
Okay,
thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I believe that motion passes 6-1. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 12, other matters. 12A, consider approval of resolution 23-48, certification of updated district population estimate. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'll move resolution 23-48.
Thank you, Mr. Bellingham. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Steves, for the second. Mr. Benty, would you just like to briefly touch on this item?
This is our estimate based on payable levy for the 24 school year. Correct, Mr. Gertis? For the 24 school year. This is our population estimate for our levy payable in the 24 school year.
Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, it will be for the 25 levy, and then we will get a credit back for 24 on the 25 levy, because we've already levied for the 24 fiscal year.
Okay,
But we will get credit for it, it will just show up differently on the revenue schedule.
wonderful. Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Thank you for the explanation there, everyone. All right, hearing none. Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves. Aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you for that. That brings us to item number 12B, consider approval of resolution 23-49, rescinding the probationary staff non-renewed status for the 23-24 school year. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
We have a motion by Ms. Moore. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Boudreau. Mr. Benty, anything you'd like to talk about on this one?
So no, this is just as we have, so when we had to let teachers go due to our budget reductions, as we have teachers leave us for various reasons, since then, it opens up opportunities for us to rescind those terminations to bring the people that we would like to keep back. So
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions, board members, about this item? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves. Aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you for that. That brings us to item 12C, consider approval of superintendent goals 2023-2024. And I will just start with this. I think everybody. Yes, Mr. Olson.
Yeah, it's getting kind of late, and we should be fresh talking about this. Is there a way to move this to the work session
Well,
in July, or?
this is an action item. My hope is that we can get through this very briefly. But this is an action item, so we will be voting on it, whether it's tabled to a further date or we vote on it tonight, but it is something we'd like to vote on. Just real briefly, most of you did your homework in a timely manner, so thank you, but we all got it in. And this document I worked on with Mr. Robichaud and Ms. Boudreau. And what we did is we took all of your input, what kind of rose to the top, if you will, what was mentioned several times over, and this is what we came up with. From there, I spoke with Mr. Benty, and we made sure that these three goals align with the four larger district goals that we approved a month or so ago. And so before we talked about only two goals, we went with three goals, but we reduced the amount of elements with each of those goals. So I would like to turn it over to Ms. Boudreau or Mr. Robichaud if there's anything else you would like to add about our process or how we came about this, and then we'll open it up for any questions.
I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, that the process was inclusive. Everyone was able to weigh in by selecting the standards they felt were most important and the elements that go with those standards. We tallied up all of the recommendations of the board, and I think it was fairly done. And I'm actually pretty happy that the elements that were chosen also correlate with the goals that Superintendent Benty had previously. So I think it was a good process, and now from here, I think it will be one that we can unite together, and shouldn't take that much time.
Thank you, Ms. Boudreau. Mr. Robichaud, would you like to add
I'll
anything?
just echo what Ms. Boudreau said. Very good process. Everybody had a chance to give input, so reflective of the board's wishes.
Thank you. And I apologize. I did this out of order. I should have asked for a motion before I started discussing it, so my apologies.
I
Mr.
did
Olson,
interrupt you.
It is getting late. It's my fault, not your fault. So I will entertain a motion to approve the superintendent goals for the 2023-2024.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. With that, I'll open it up to any further discussion or questions that any board member may have. Any questions, thoughts, comments? No? Okay. And then one of the big things we really want to stress and try to do is, as we're wrapping up this year and the new year, the new school year starts in July, we want to make sure that Mr. Benty and leadership team can make sure that they are clear on, and he is clear on what his goals are from the board. So with that, I'll ask that we, hearing no further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
could you,
Yes,
could
Ms.
you share the process with the two of us? I mean, are we now waiting for a response from the superintendent, or about, I mean, just could you?
About these goals?
The process of the evaluation.
Sure. So this will be for the goals for the upcoming year. We will get to the process about the evaluation for the goals that are in place for the year that is just wrapping up. We'll get to that momentarily. But I think going forward, what we should expect, once we approve this, Mr. Benty's in agreement with these, we will then look for a mid-year review in the January timeframe, and he'll give us review. We'll go into a closed session and have a brief closed session and discuss that mid-year review, and fast forward to this time next year, and we'll be getting the end of the year feedback. Yep. Okay, wonderful. Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Once again, thank you, and thank you to Ms. Boudreau and Mr. Robichaud for your help on that, and board, all of your feedback. So this brings us to item 13, other items of information. 13A, school board members, the floor is yours. Anything you would like to share or discuss? Mr. Olson, I'll start with you. You had a question earlier.
On the academy, what's the status? What's going on? Are they going to do it, not do it?
So the latest update from Surratt Academy is that they have now changed to a K-5 school instead of a K-4 school. So they had it actually kind of makes sense because they had a lot of siblings that would be stuck 1 year at the elementary versus middle school. So they've gone that route. And as of last week, we had 62 students that Surratt Academy has said that are attending there. We haven't been able to verify those yet, but all of them, we've verified some, but 62 so far. And I remind the board that we budgeted for 120. So
You did budget for it.
we budgeted a 1-year budget adjustment for 120 to lose 120 students to Surratt Academy.
So this won't really hurt us. Well,
We have all of July and most of August left still, so.
Chair.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Gertz.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. We planned on 120. It was not
In there, though.
Correct.
budget, right? But the fund balance is there.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Other board members, other comments, questions, thoughts? The floor is yours. Yes, Mr.
If
Olson.
they, to Jamie, I've talked to you about it before, if they start this up and for some reason things fall apart and they've got 62 or 120 students with no school, what happens?
It's on us to educate those students. So we would need to quickly scramble and find classroom space and find teachers to educate those students.
So mid-year, it'd be impossible to find staff.
I wouldn't say impossible, but it would take a lot of work in a short period of time to have a seamless transition from one school closing to another one opening. Usually when that's the case, they close and there's quite a bit of time that is given to the local school district to prepare for it, but that has not, I will say, that has not always been the case, but it's usually the case.
So if something happens on a Friday, state shut them down, then 120 students show up on Monday?
No, there would be a process in which we would have to get all the students registered with us. We would have to get all the students scheduled with us. And we would need, I'm going to guess we would need at least a couple weeks to get everyone set up and into a classroom and people hired. So.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any other?
Mr. Chair, if I may, so first of all, for the record, I'd like to thank the public who showed up tonight, and also the public who also sent us emails and calls on both sides of issues. I think that was a very good public involvement and with these topics out there, so I'd like to thank them for that. Also, I'd like to thank Mr. Gertis and the Finance Department staff. Been on the board 5 years and a teacher many years and looked at a lot of analysis and presentations of budget, whatever, and that what you have done, I would say the last few years here, is as comprehensive and detailed, and a guy like me can get the budget. That's pretty impressive to teach me about that, so thank you for that, and you have done the district very well, so I want to thank you for that there. And I would also like to thank the Superintendent Evaluation Committee. I know you put some time. It was a very tight window of time. I think we've come a long ways in the last 2, 3, 4 years of our superintendent evaluation and how comprehensive it is and how we work towards goals, et cetera, rather than just a objective sort of evaluation of how we're doing. I think this is really good. So thank you for your work on that. So very much. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bellingham. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Benty, this brings us to item 13B. The floor is yours, and if you want to discuss anything prior to this, feel free to, or if you just want to jump into this.
I'll just echo with what Mr. Gertis said. Last Thursday, we had a Big Nine conference. We try to get together as a conference with all of our leadership every June and have a large kind of conference in which there's, I'm going to say, well over probably 300 people that attend, principals, superintendents. Kathy was there. Cabinet members, there were just a lot of people that, and they get together in their like groups. We were one of the only conferences that do this, and you can tell the benefit of it because people come out and they're energized and they're excited, and they've got to spend time with their like counterpart in another district and learn from them. So there's a lot of really good stuff that comes out of our Big Nine conference, and I'm glad that we're able to continue as members in that. So. Goals report here is, so this will be my final goals update for the 22-23 school year. These were the goals that were given to me by the school board last July, I believe. 3 goals that were given and evidence of performance areas that are shared up there as well. So goal number 1 is develop and implement a plan to continue to support, mentor, evaluate, and encourage professional growth and efficacy of district leadership. The evidence of performance was to create an action plan for 22-23 to build on the 21-22 culture of excellence work completed by district leadership. So we did do that this year. We completed in March and April our work with Lighthouse and Lisa Salmon with our leadership team. It took place in this room, so we met every month over the course of 2 years and put together, not only did we learn about ourselves with culture of excellence training and Clifton Strength Finders, but we also learned how we work with other people with their strengths. And then we put together a playbook, which I'll be speaking about here in just a second as well. So the last part of our playbook, we finished some of it last spring and into last summer. And then the final pieces of it that we talked about, which was how will we succeed and what is most important right now, are the two pieces that we focused on this spring as a leadership team. And what we came up with was how will we succeed? We will succeed by becoming a district of destination for students, families, and staff because we are Faribault. All right. Committing ourselves to strategic district goals, which the board passed back in May. Establishing trust through building relationships, clearly communicating and actively listening to our students and families that walk through our doors. We did a lot of work with the Clifton Strength Finders and the Culture of Excellence training, which is a pyramid that talks about the trust is the base level, and you can't move further up the pyramid until you have the trust. And then establishing a unified system based on data-driven decisions, and I think that has been one of the biggest pieces that has challenged I know me as well as others this year, including I believe the board, is that we don't get to cherry pick our data. We get to look at our data and we get to make decisions based off of our data. And when the data isn't good and it hurts, we have to suck it up and we have to base our goals off of that data and decide that we're going to take a couple steps forward and what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. So I think that's been the biggest challenge for some of us this year has been, well, what do you do when the data doesn't look the way you want it to? Well, we still make decisions off of our data. So, and then what is most important right now? This was looked at when I spoke with Lisa about this, because this was a lot of pieces around, well, what do you mean right now? And she was talking about, you know, what is most important in your district in the next 3 to 6 months. I extended that to say, you know what, I really want to look at this to say what's most important in our district the next 12 to 24 months. And really that is our goals that the board has approved. If you look at our goals, some of them are year-long goals, some of them are out 2 years. So that's really our big focus for the next, I'm going to say 18 to 24 months is those goals that were approved by the district. So that is what's most important right now for us as a district. So. Second, evidence of practice is articulate and follow through a clear vision and plan for support, mentorship, and evaluation of principals, assistant principals, all of whom are new to their positions, new to their building, or in the second year of their position. So we have a lot of new leadership, especially at the building level. This past school year, we had a new administrator at our high school, new to the position. We had a new administrator at our middle school, new to the position. We had a new administrator to Faribault at Jefferson Elementary. We had a second-year principal at Roosevelt Elementary, and then we had a second-year assistant principal at the high school and a first-year assistant principal at the middle school, along with another first-year assistant principal at the high school and a first-year dean at the middle school. So we had a lot of brand new leadership at our building level. Not to mention our cabinet level as well. So this was a big piece where I met with principals weekly. We alternated elementary principals one week, secondary principals the next week. The weeks that I was not meeting with them, cabinet was meeting with them. So the discussions that I would have with the principals were around mentoring, decision-making, and then anything that they wanted to put on the agenda. It was a shared agenda, so I could add stuff, they could add stuff. And then on the off weeks, they met with cabinet, and it might have been Rob that was talking to him about special ed laws, or Nicole that was talking about hiring practices, but it was also that kind of open agenda piece. And that seemed to really help out a lot of our newer administrators, just to get them a lot of the questions that they have but didn't have time to ask were answered in those sessions. So, and then the second part of that was articulate and follow through on a clear vision and plan for support, mentorship, and evaluation of cabinet leadership. So basically, I meet with cabinet every week. We meet every Wednesday. We talk through pieces, and then there's an evaluation process that I have with the principals as well as with the cabinet members. We set goals back in August and September, and then checked in our goals every other month, had a mid-year review, and now we're wrapping up here in May and June to do some end-of-year reviews with cabinet members and principals, and then it'll be an end-of-the-year write-up for each one as well. So. So that holds true for both the cabinet members and for our principals. Articulated plan, including self-reflection, self-evaluation, and sources of support and professional development. I continue to meet with other Big Nine superintendents on a really regular basis. I would say that I'm on the phone or meeting in person with superintendents at least a couple times a week. So I've learned a lot from especially Big Nine superintendents, but also other superintendents that are out there as well through either MASA or MSBA conferences that I've gone to. So that has been a huge support for me. And I'm actually looking at, I didn't do as many as what I thought I should have conference-wise this past school year. There were some I kind of bailed on because I felt like I needed to be in the district more my first year. I planned my second year to kind of go to more conferences, especially more local conferences where I'm only an hour to an hour and a half away. So. Any questions on goal number 1? All right, number 2 is develop and articulate a clear vision and action steps for continuous improvement in all schools regarding school climate. Identify areas of growth in each school and document both district-wide approaches and building-specific approaches. This was mainly taken care of in our CNA process. So our comprehensive needs assessment team met weekly since the end of October. This was a new team to our district. We hadn't had a team, at least in the 10 years that I've been here, that got together and worked on these pieces. This was the group that researched and put together the goals for the district and the board. We met last week to actually put together our meeting schedule for the summer, as well as the upcoming school year. It is a decision-making group, and we also then decided to change our name to District Leadership Council, because it fits a little bit better with actually what the role and responsibility is for those members that are on that. The members include head principals, cabinet members, and then program coordinators, anyone who oversees a building or a program within the district. So there's about 15 of us, and we're going to plan on meeting every other week throughout the next school year. And a lot of our work will be around what is the progress that we're making towards the goals that have been set for us. So, align vision and action steps to the core values of Faribault Public Schools. Develop a plan determining the efficacy of action steps taken to support the school. This was really our playbook, as well as the leadership advisory team that met monthly. So we had a leadership advisory team of about 36 people that met monthly, did a lot of work with the playbook, as well as kind of getting that playbook up and running. So that is kind of going to be our guiding light. I told principals, it was either last week or the week before, I can't remember, might even been 3 weeks ago now, that, as we're in the hiring season, we should be using our playbook to decide who we hire. And we should be looking at our candidates and saying, does this person have not only the skills to be a teacher in our district, but do they also believe in the things that we say we believe in as well? So that helps us to make sure that we're getting the right people in the right positions within our district. Any questions for goal number 2? All right, goal number 3 was develop and articulate an updated vision and current action steps for continuous improvement in all schools regarding excellence in education. So I think that one of them is collect, articulate, and communicate current initiatives regarding academic achievement and teaching and learning in our schools. I feel that this year we brought regular updates to the board around our fast bridge testing and our WIN program, and we plan to continue to educate the board and bring data to the board. We're going to continue to make our decisions based on the data that we have collected, and we're in the process of becoming more data-based in our decisions. Like I said, that's been a little bit more of a challenging procedure for us because sometimes what the data says we need to do is not what our gut tells us we should be doing. So there's a lot of difficult conversations that happen in this room, in my office, that say, all right, my head says this, my heart says this, and my gut says this. Which one's right? And we are really working hard to keep swinging back to the data and say, what does the data say? What does research say that we should be doing? All right. Identify the areas of improvement in each school. So I worked with each principal individually this year because each building, even though we have 3 elementary buildings, we have 3 very different elementary buildings. And we have 3 unique buildings and unique needs and cultures. And what one building needs is not always what the next building needs. So I've worked really hard with the principals individually this year to help them build on the culture of their building and what are the individual needs of those buildings to help them continue to take steps forward. Our playbook, once again, our CNA process, our leadership advisory team, cabinet meetings have all focused on the board strategies and the school climate and culture, equity, family and community engagement, mental health and safety, and student-centered learning, the strategy areas that the board has in place. That was one of the things that I was asked was, what happens to our strategies now that we have goals? Our strategies simply help us get to our goals. So each one of our goals has strategies attached to it, but the district also has strategies, our 5 strategies as well, that we will continue to focus on as well. So, and then I've had this visual on here before. It was something that I sketched out. Was John and I have talked a lot about, we're really good at knowing where we are. We're okay at talking about where we want to be. The piece we're missing is how the heck do we get there? And this visual was really set up to kind of walk us through how we get there. And I practiced this year with the principals and with the cabinet members around their evaluations and their goals. And it seems to work because if it does one thing, it continues to keep in your mind on a regular basis what it is you should be focusing on and what direction you should be going, and continuing to challenge and ask yourself, well, what am I going to do today? What decision am I going to make to help get us to our goal? And it also really challenges us that, we do a great job of setting goals in June and July and August when we're excited for school to start again. And then all of a sudden when we hit October and November and the doldrums of December, we really need to take a good look and say, does this goal still make sense now that we're in waist deep? And if it does, great, let's keep working towards it. If it doesn't, then we need to make sure that we step forward to adjust it or change it altogether based on the data that we see coming in front of us. So this process, I believe, keeps us true to that. And that is all that I have around this.
Thank you. So I think the thought was you would give us a report, and then board members, you'll have a month to, if you will, digest this, think about it. And then after the July board meeting, we'll have a closed session where we can have the actual superintendent review. Just so you know, I will be gone at that July meeting. Mr. Bellingham will be the chair of that meeting. But that's the thought, and that's why it's just a report. And so coming out of that meeting, we'll obviously have to release a brief statement for the August meeting, I guess, looking back at the closed session. But so that's the thought. Any questions, not getting into the nitty gritty, if you will, for Mr. Benty on this, but any questions, any follow-up thoughts that anybody has for him? I know we're getting late here. I think that really is accurate, unfortunately. But anyway, any follow-up questions or comments for Mr. Benty? Yeah, I think Mr. Benty, Mr. Bellingham just stated it. He didn't state it very loud over there, but
Well done.
Well done. So we appreciate this, and I think we continue to, try to make this process better, and obviously working with the superintendent and whatnot. So we appreciate all the feedback here. Okay, this brings us to item 14, dates to remember, information only here. July 10th, 2023, 5:30 p.m. is the work session. July 17th, 2023, 7:30 a.m. is the finance meeting, which is virtual. And then July 24th, 2023, 5:30 p.m. is our next board meeting. With that, it moves us to item 15, adjournment. I will entertain a motion to approve. No. Somebody wants to go home? Ms. Boudreaux wants to go home? Do we have a second? We have a motion by Ms. Boudreaux, a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you to the audience for staying.